You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you. You leave without saying where you're going or where to. Should I worry that you won't come back? Should I worry that you will forget? My senses telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you, and you leave me unaware if I might have been hurting you. Ooh, should I worry that you won't come back, or accept any time as a fact? My heart is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away asking next to me. Always be right next to me. Always be right next to me. Right next to me. Right next to me. And I'll be next to you. Next to you. Right next to me. Right next to me. And I'll be next to you. Next to you. Right next to me. Right next to me. And I'll be next to you. Next to You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you. You leave without saying where you're going or where to. Should I worry that you won't come back? Should I worry that you will forget? My senses telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story.
getting out of this one.
Young at heart, but we're still dreaming, eyes wide open. Leave this place behind, no matter what they say. Yeah, 'cause we're stronger than iron. We won't let them break us down. Now we're heading over the clouds, 'cause we're walking on air, walking on air, feeling high over the surface, walking on air. Yeah, we're walking on air, walking on air, going way beyond the horizon, walking on air. Ain't gonna come down. Oh 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 oh. Ain't gonna come down. Oh 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 oh. Walking on air. The sky has opened up. We start our engines, count down from 10, kiss the sun goodnight, and go where no one goes. Yeah, 'cause we're chasing desires up above the city lights. Yeah, we're burning like fire now, 'cause we're walking on air, walking on air, feeling high over the surface, walking on air. Yeah, we're walking on air, walking on air, going way beyond the horizon, walking on air.
tossed me like a stone. You swept me off my feet, I can feel my bones. I still count the days. You swept me off my feet. I keep going high, she keeps going low. Something feels wrong right now, I know. Something feels wrong. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. You played me like a game. You told me it was fine, but I could feel the pain. It's been so many days, I still feel the pain. I still feel the pain. I keep going high, she keeps going low. Something feels wrong right now, I know. Something feels wrong. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies. I still count the days. I still feel the pain. You don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. I won't wait for you, 'cause you keep telling lies. I keep going high, she keeps going low. At the end of the day, she's gone. But you don't wait for me, 'cause I keep breathing fire. And you keep telling lies.
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you. You leave without saying where you're going or where to. Should I worry that you won't come back? Should I worry that you will forget? My senses telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you, and you leave me unaware if I might have been hurting you. Ooh, should I worry that you won't come back, or accept me time as a fact? My heart is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
I can never take away our story. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now. It is too dark now, I lost the spark now. I've got a second way to home, but all my friends, how they turn my weak sides into a bit of a high zone, Well, I'm not gonna run now. I've come too far to let it down. But even if I turn around, I've got the love by my side. Now the chance they will hide, I know they'll always be right next to me.
Okay guys, game it started. Okay, you're watching my stream. Okay, thanks for the guys, for you. Okay guys, you watching for my stream, you need Shadow Fiends Arcanime. Okay, no problem, guys. Subscribe to my channels, share it stream, tell your friends and send your friends for the going to my streams, and I need 2000 subscribers. 2000 subscribers to my channel. I say pass for the role, for the message, for stream, the chat room. Okay, guys, no problem. Enjoy for the Dota, looking my streams, say your friends for the subscribes to my channel, and let's go.
To the game yet?
What
the
quick
chance has gone from Team Liquid.
It's a great ban because it really limits a lot of what Riki can do in the early game. In the one game Liquid played against a Riki, they had an Oracle and it worked really well. It just didn't allow the Riki to get his early ganks off to a good start, and then he just fell off really hard mid-game. So maybe they'll still pick something like an Oracle over on OG's side, but that's a lot less threatening than a Dazzle, a hero they commonly pick.
And it's one of the OG specialties. You know, we saw at Frankfurt, that's pretty much how they won, the defensive supports. And yeah, of course, I mean, Fly's Dazzle is
I think that they realized that Liquid's prepared for them.
Yeah, so just to confirm, OG took first pick and Liquid chose Dire. It's becoming a thing.
So, yep, Dire has been winning quite heavily up on the main stage.
Yep, over 60% throughout the whole tournament.
With one Dire starter is even better, obviously, because as long as the enemy team isn't in the area, you can take it very rapidly. Liquid has to be a little bit more disciplined than they were earlier.
Okay, guys, nice pick.
Move around the map with Riki and get tons of kills. They did that in another one of their drafts.
Yeah, two nice little synergy things.
So that's really the thing Liquid is lacking a bit. Once Starter has Blink Dagger, yes, they can roam around together, but they need some kind of a core that can set up those kind of early kills. Maybe a Shadow Blade hero, maybe something with a Blink Dagger. They need mobility to be able to initiate and get those ganks off the game.
Yeah, the most picked hero in the entire Manila Major is Disruptor, and it comes out again.
Yep, no surprise. He's very good versus Earth Spirit. Even Lifestealer, you know, like we've been saying, silences can be very good versus Lifestealer because if he doesn't get that, if you can burst him down during that duration.
Maybe he'll be able to get a Scythe of Ice again.
And that's quite a, I feel like it's an early Alchemist here. I was expecting them to actually pick up one of the supports, maybe even the offlaner.
Well, I think they did it because there's no Fada hero yet, and that's definitely one of his staples. They already banned Death Prophet. That's now gone. Invoker is banned as well. So Fada's running out of heroes. I feel like that's one of the players that is being a little limited in hero pool.
Do you feel that's maybe why they've had to secure it early, and then could, in theory, could cause them problems later in the draft as well?
Yeah, Liquid did have to secure their Death Prophet earlier. I think when they played Newbie, it got banned first round, and then they had to play something else. Didn't feel as good. Then second round, they picked DP in
They picked it
round.
first.
Exactly. They've prioritized it that much, but here they didn't really have that same option. They can't let them get Sardar Lifestealer, they can't let them get Riki Lifestealer. They're forced to delay till second round, and now Fada's gonna have to play his second or third best hero instead.
Like
Maybe a DK?
Dragon Knight, yeah, that's the one that's kind of like standing out to me. Spirit, you're not really able to roam too successfully on such a tanky hero in the mid lane.
And you can go Shadow Blade as well. They go for Ursa instead.
Okay.
Very good against tanky cores.
This is something we saw out of LGD. You know, they picked the Slardar and the Ursa versus the Alchemist. Both heroes really tear through him quite effectively.
Yeah, the Ursa's gonna shred that Life Stealer.
And also, it gives them, of course, the obvious, pretty much uncontestable Roshan if they do it properly. If they have any type of window open, the Ursa is going to just be able to go there and rip it to shreds with the Slaughter Amplify.
Hasn't been played an awful lot, but they have used it here in Manila, so.
It also has good resilience against fairly weak lockdown, and that's one of the problems with OG's lineup right now. Lich helps out a bit because he's going to give some attack and movement speed slow to the Ursa when he's chasing people, but against Lifestealer Ursa Spirit, as long as he's not stunned, he can remove the Magnetize and offset that a bit.
Yeah, we saw this approach by MVP Phoenix. It didn't end up working out like exactly, but it was a first pick Lich when they did it. They picked the Lich and they give the Slardar away, of course counteracting the kind of the minus armor, slows down any type of like push, which is also, I feel, a very big detriment to Liquid, because right now usually they pick very objective based heroes, and these four don't really hit buildings too well. With the Lich armor, it's gonna be very hard to bring down those towers.
Yeah, what I want to see out of
sorry, Johnny. Most picked or banned hero right now, Beastmaster, still
untouched.
Untouched.
Yeah. What I want to see out of these teams right now is maybe some team fight control. I guess except for the Lich Disruptor, but you don't see those big team fight ultimates here.
Yeah, no Tidehunter, like you said, no Beastmaster. I feel like, and OG doesn't yet have their offlane heroes, so they've kind of got the pick of the litter here.
Yeah, OG has quite a lot of damage though. They have the Infest, they have all the Earth Spirit spells with the Acid Spray on top, and Alchemist is more than likely to go for that Radiance build, which we've been seeing on top of the Chain Frost. It is quite a lot of AoE damage on their side, but Liquid is a bit more single target heavy.
Could give them a lot of team fight advantage. The first couple Roche fights, or it might just make it so Liquid can't easily take Roche.
Yeah, and we were talking, I like the Ursa pick a lot, obviously, because into Lifestealer, we've all talked about it, you know, Ursa's one of those heroes who can go toe-to-toe to Lifestealer. He's not a strength hero, he has Enrage, which makes him pretty much immune to damage, and he's able to burst the Lifestealer, like we were talking about. The silences are very good versus Lifestealer if you're able to burst him in that small duration, and Ursa's pretty much the perfect pick for that.
Yeah. It's all going to come down to the initiation, as is the case in most games. If they get a silence or a Slardar initiation on Lifestealer and they can burst him down with Ursa afterwards, the whole fight's kind of over, because OG doesn't really have the best ways to stop that once the initiation starts.
Yeah, so what heroes do we have left for Moon? We have the Void, which they do like.
There's a Tide as well.
The Tide, it's kind of been falling a little bit out, and then the Beastmaster, yes.
So the obvious Dragon Knight is the smart ban here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's the one that's appropriate, just because of, you know, that's like Kevin was saying. Fata has his pretty much like 5 or 6 staple heroes that he's been playing quite consistently, and they're focusing pretty heavily on him. You know, picking the Alchemist, banning the Dragon Knight, banning the Death Prophet. It also ties together Liquid's draft, like we were saying. They're lacking that one objective-taking hero, which they usually have. So it is the Beastmaster that they will take.
Yeah. Do you find that quite surprising? That one came through.
Not so much. Especially something that you mentioned earlier, Paul, is that these teams are going to have their own meta in this best of 5. There are certain heroes that they're going to prioritize much more heavily. I think Beastmaster is very good, but in the hands of OG or Liquid, certain heroes are just way more broken, like the Nakes, or like highly contested heroes like a Slardar.
Yeah, the Beastmaster gives also, you know, the Hawk, of course, to scout out Liquid's Roshan, which is one of the things we were talking about that Liquid does have. They will be able to maybe contest it, and now we do.
Okay guys, hello, you're watching my stream for the Manila Major, for the game the Team Liquid versus OG. Okay guys, you need pass for the road to vpgame.com. Okay, no problem, you need Shadow Fiends Arcane, okay? I need 2000 subscribers to my channel, okay guys? Say your friends, tell your friends, send your friends for going to watching in my stream, for share it to my stream, and go into and join to the Dota. Okay, started the game for the Team Liquid versus OG, Manila Major, Grand Final, best of 5. Okay, let's go to start it.
Absolutely amazing, Maganda and Hapon, Pilipinas! I think they're ready.
They are very ready. They've been waiting for this. It's been 6 days of action here. And Grand Finals, LD.
OG versus Liquid, game 1, let's go! And we're underway. Gods, as we walked through the draft, I think it was when the Lich came out that you said, this looks really good for OG.
Yeah, the opening 2 picks, you can tell by how fast Kuro was drafting. He had kind of a clear plan. So Slider is going to be able to get farm, and I think OG's laning stage is very scary. There's a lot of pressure on Kuro to get a lot done on his Riki.
Yeah, we've seen teams have a lot of success with the Riki. It's normally been paired with a Lifestealer more often than not, as a secondary Infest Bomb vehicle, but felt like maybe a bit of a block pick from Liquid. Obviously great to drop the deep wards down, so can also set up the glimpses. That's the other big thing the Riki does bring to the table. So between that, the amp damage, perhaps playmaking coming from Jerax will also be the difference maker.
A fight's brewing, LD. Both teams have a lot of heroes. They see
will give up the first blood, and they might get Fly as well. Running down the Lich, a secondary kinetic field drops on point again. Jerax showing up. Well, sure, they get the bounty rune, Gods, but Liquid still get one for free at bottom, and they get a first blood and a second kill.
I mean, just from a pure, psychological advantage, Liquid getting 2 kills in a kind of big 4v5-esque fight. Mind Control gets the bounty rune at bottom. That's a huge win for Liquid to start things off here. They're going to be feeling good about things despite Alchemist getting a bounty rune. They get the insta-kill, and Kuro's already hunting for that courier, although it doesn't look like it's going to come out anytime soon to N0tail.
Yeah, also got a ward down here, so you will be able to see if Moon, or if someone retreats to the jungles. They're actually running Moon in the safe lane, so a bit of a change-up. We've seen some aggressive tri-lanes this tournament, but they move onto the top lane, rolling onto Matumba Man. Can they get the first kill of the laning stage? Third kill, we're 1 minute in. But OG do strike back, and it's on the back of the crit Earth Spirit.
And it's quite important to find a kill like that because your Lich is already committed to Frost Blast, so you have that lack of control for your creep equilibrium as well as just the inability to deny farm from the lane until you get your Dark Ritual up, so very useful to get that early kill up top.
So they do opt to give Moon the safe lane here, running the offensive tri-lane. Obviously having a Lich helps to enable this, where you can still get a lot of experience for all 3 heroes out of that lane. Thoughts on this change-up? It's normally not something the OG go to. We saw it a lot more from Alliance, the aggressive tri-lanes, with moderate success.
I know Moon really likes it when he can find these 1v1 matchups. As far as mechanically going, he matches up very well against a lot of the offlaners in this tournament, and he's itemized for a 1v1 matchup. He gets the early Orb of Venom, he has the Ring of Protection, the Stout Shield, didn't go for any Iron Talon shenanigans. Meanwhile, Mind Control has to kind of react to the fact that he's against a lane that he perhaps didn't initially expect, so it's also a tough lane at that.
Secondary bounty rune is grabbed here by N0tail, so we saw this from QO earlier in the tournament. You can have a rough start to the game, but if you get those bounty runes as the Alk, you will catch up. So off to a pretty good start here mid, despite giving up that first blood. Already 10-1 with 2 bounty runes. Thought of farming well. And it is a matchup where the Timbersaw can find solo kills. We also saw that from Sumail earlier in the tournament, but just 1 kill may not be enough.
Yeah, the one player in the tri-lane up top for OG not farming well is Miracle on Lifestealer. Just 6 CS early on, did get the kill, but not exactly winning this offensive tri-lane. The lane's being continually pulled back, and farm is being lost by OG because of this pull camp from Jerax, and both teams committing a lot of resources up here with a full tri-lane versus tri-lane in full force.
Yeah, as for this bottom lane, we do see pretty good form of Mind Control, but Moon is the one dishing out the harassment.
The micro
here
from the boar, he baits Slider in, then turns around, does a lot of damage. This has been great play from Moon.
Here, fishy! Woo. Oh, he'll make it out.
And that's mana expended just to keep himself alive. Moon is playing very well in this bottom lane.
For now, OG, maybe not farming the best of Miracle, but they are getting the Lich effect here, so pulling ahead a bit as far as the experience in that lane goes. Kuroky just stalking around Invis for now. Haven't seen him move around too much since dropping that ward. Seems like he's worried about OG punishing the tri-lane if he leaves.
Yeah, his positioning up top is a kind of very defensive way of playing the early game as a Riki.
And look how good this ward is. Sees crit moving towards mid. So they know no Earth Spirit home right now. Perhaps Liquid can look to punish that.
Yeah, and
they're going on top. It looks like Lifestealer dropping quite low here. Miracle called out. There's the kinetic field though. with the rage, he's able to walk away, but Liquid taking advantage of that ward.
Yeah, and that's... You're not even completely committed to get the kill there. You just want to zone out Miracle, slow down his farm. He doesn't have additional regen beyond the Tango, so he can't really stay in this lane all too easily. And you're also very wary that Crit can't really gank mid lane. Alchemist does not have kill potential. He's not going for a stun. So when you see him rotate towards mid with your ward, you're expecting him to show up bottom in about 30 seconds time. So I imagine Mind Control should be expecting this gank because there's no really else on the map that Crit can be.
Buys the Pooch, does buy the Rain of Regen. They're going to move on top again. Again, the Rage for Miracle. So they've transitioned into a dual lane here. Not seeing many kill opportunities, and, well, speaking of kill opportunities, Fada nearly found one mid. Almost bursted N0tail from full to nothing, and since we last checked it on N0tail, he's only gotten 4 more CS gods, so as the Timbersaw levels up, the lane is getting harder, and also did not get that 3rd bounty rune. Liquid starting to put more emphasis on contesting them.
Fada even swoops in and takes some of his jungle camp here. This is, like, brutal play to be making. I love it from Fada. He leaves one shard golem behind.
Oh,
like,
dirty.
This is something we haven't really seen done from players against Alchemist. Just come in, shut down his jungle. Not just in terms of
and take his bounty runes and threaten to kill him and force supports to rotate. Fada's basically doing it all right now, and you could just see how quickly the Alch drops to the nuke combo.
N0tail is covering his bases by stacking Ancients, just using the acid spray from the mid lane to...
But Liquid see this. They have the Riki to contest potentially later on. They have the ward to see the stacks.
And you have Timbersaw, which is one of those great heroes to fight and gank an Alchemist early on when he goes for that. So, unlikely, N0tail, you can't really farm it until you max out your acid spray, most likely. So it does take some time to get ready to go with that. Bottom lane, though, Beastmaster is level 6 and could be looking for a pickoff soon.
The lane's fairly pushed here. Pretty good positioning from Mind Control and checking out the supports. We do see a TP on JerAx as well as one on Fada on the mid Timbersaw. So if they have to dive for this kill, they could get punished. And now with the amp damage, it can be harder to sneak up on him.
Liquid are really concerned about where Crit is on the map. He's been the big playmaker for OG throughout this tournament. His Earth Spirit has just been insane, and they've got JerAx on their team, but Crit's making a case for the best Earth Spirit player of the tournament.
Again, the kinetic field, but this time Fly's also been caught in it. Matumbaman getting off the clap. JerAx on the chase. They drop the cloud. They're going to lose Fly. Another death here. While in the mid lane, N0tail under harassment, but he is going to have reinforcements coming in, or Spirit here. But can they really kill Fada, even with this DD rune?
It's more likely we see a kill onto the Alch if he's not careful. N0tail.
There's the cross, the roll is a whip from Crit, a rare one at that, and N0tail may pay the piper here. Glimpsed back by JerAx, 3 heroes, descending on the kinetic field. Doesn't quite clip him, but it doesn't matter. Liquid get the kill anyway. They even force the Fly TP, and this leaves the lifesteal on a bit of an island. OG, very defensive, very reactionary. They are not sitting the tempo right now. It's all Liquid all the way out to a 1,500 gold advantage against an Alchemist who's gotten a couple of bounty runes, 1,000 experience behind with a Lich. Slow start for the Green Dream.
And it's just a very heads-up play from JerAx to TP, and they're recognizing that Slather with the Timbersaw were actually going to be short of burst damage to kill off the Alchemist. Without the Disruptor there, they don't get that kill, so very good call from Liquid to make sure they bring in that +1 to guarantee that kill. On the side of OG, as you mentioned, they play very slow and reactionary, but they are going to go on Matumbaman up top, the kickback in the tower.
First time, not a success. Second time, much better, but Matumbaman trying to man up against this. He is silenced. He gets off a clap. He turns. He wants to kill Crit. He mauls him with the help of Kuro, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 there. It is a core for a support, but still OG is struggling to find clean kills. Does buy a little space for N0tail, though, dragging Liquid towards the top side of the map, and at the very least, he's not under siege. And now Kuro, trapped under a ward, could be in danger here. Can he make it out? He drops the cloud. Not going to be able to finish the job. The Riki sneaks away.
And without having Dust there, they didn't have that chase potential. So I think for OG, the key player to get involved is going to be Moon on Beastmaster. We're yet to see a Roar. He's level 8.
Bottom rune looks like they may want to clash with this as they go. Roar onto Fada. N0tail left on a bit of an island as they glimpse Moon back. They're going to chase N0tail forward, but he has gotten off the Chemical Rage. He seems to be out of the danger zone. Meanwhile, Moon, he becomes the new target. Mind Control pursuing him, but that boar slowing the fish down. They're so frustrated. Amp him and smack him. Might even commit a crush for this. We'll see. Yeah. He beats it down, but the boar has been the savior so far.
I mean, the boar has been so influential in this game, but Moon's first Roar is a very defensive one just to save the Alchemist's life going for a bounty rune.
And an important one because he's closing now on the armlet.
Yep. And it's definitely worth the Roar there, but for OG, it really kind of tells the state of this game where they're the ones reacting and not finding kills, just purely trying to salvage their lane states. They've got very passive heroes who can't really move off their lanes when you look at supports like Lich. Outside of that, the Earth Spirit just looking a bit underleveled and can't really do as much. Crit sniped.
Run down by Fada, trying to stack that ward that Kuro dropped. Has been freshly replanted, I do believe, and with that, Liquid are just not going to give the ALK any free farm. It's, you know, something that was talked about yesterday on the panel. PPD brought up, if you're up against the Bounty Hunter, you can't just farm stacks for free, and the same is basically true for Riki.
Even now, N0tail in the jungle being scattered. Another aggressive ward comes out from Kuro. The Dire Vision sees all the farming going on, and this just opens up the entire map for Liquid. They know where heroes are going to be. They know when and where they can play aggressive. And
there is a ward here. Might get eyes on mind control as he sneaks in.
Nice got an armlet.
N0tail, he heads to the north. He gets away from the ugly fish, and then turns back. Gonna work on Fada a little bit with the acid spray, but Fada can get away with these dives. He's got quite a bit of reactive armor.
Yep.
The scouting from Moon's Beastmaster, the Hawks, the Boris in the Radiant jungle help protect the Alchemist from that gank and rotation coming in.
Kuro says, nah, not like that, buddy. No stacks for you, sir. Oh, N0tail. Oh, what a rune.
Wow.
A fortuitous haste saves the day, but still, N0tail spending a lot of time here running for dear life as Kuro gonna blink on him. They still go for this. They've already got the static storm and Fada shreds him. Nice haste rune, but not good enough. And while that was happening, there's a roar on the Slardar. Off in the Radiant jungle. Can they chase him? No, another roar. 2 in a row for Moon that don't net kills, that don't translate into objectives. OG completely on the back foot through the tail end of the laning stage.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid has just gotten a ton out of Kuro's Riki. He's been involved in 5 of these kills, but most importantly, it's just the scouting information he's given his team. And they've been able to punish the OG Greed because of all this vision.
So what do OG need to do, God? They bring Miracle down bottom. Is a lane swap what's going to change this?
That's not going to change a whole lot. They're looking to secure Miracle just a bit safer farm. Once he gets armored, I think OG need to go for their first Infest Bomb. Get him inside the Earth Spirit, roll in, and find a kill somewhere on the map. It's the Lifestealer who needs to create space and time for the Alchemist to farm.
Well, you're talking about first kills, first Infest Bombs. Liquid, they do bring Matumba around to mid. Perhaps thinking about a Roshan now. They have amp damage as well. Can OG fight into the pit if that's the call?
I think you're even better off just going for kills. Having an Aegis is nice, but entering the Radiant jungle, you've got vision there, you know where the pickoffs are, is almost more dangerous.
And that is exactly what they want. Radiant using the scan here is going to catch the tail end of the smoke. So OG, they see Kuro, but they also should have seen some of these Liquid heroes moving in, and they are going to back away. Just the end of the scan, barely clipping Liquid. Looking for that glimpse play, though. Can Jurex be the savior again? He's found one. Pulls in the Lich. Down Fly goes. And now, perhaps a tower. Perhaps just some chip damage. We'll see what Liquid go for, but it's basically nothing big committed there. Really just a glimpse in a smoke.
They're chasing N0tail here. They can get Jurex close enough for another glimpse. It looks like won't quite be able to get in range, but there's a reason Disruptor has, I would say, been the most influential support of the tournament. Outside of maybe a few certain players on heroes like Lion, like you look at Chuan maybe, but for the majority of teams, it's been Disruptor that has just been able to change games, and he pairs so well with the Slardar too.
As of yesterday, I believe he had like a 68, almost 70% win rate, and that is a support that's been prioritized. He's being picked early, he's being picked often. It's not like teams are caught off guard.
And normally supports don't have like much, are in a position where they can't influence a game in terms of win rate as much as like a core or a mid can, like your Alchemist. Your Lifestealer having a ridiculously high win rates because he's a carry. He can take control of the whole game. A support typically doesn't do that, but Disruptor has been in a very unique, influential position. And here come OG. Miracle ready to start getting involved. No armlet yet,
but while that's happening, they are taking the Roche on the side of Liquid. Even if they lose one, not the biggest deal. They do try to catch up. Mind control here, but he TP's out right next to the Static Storm. Where's that stun? Crit walks back into the silence. They even throw in a Chain Frost. They get the Jurex kill, but a support and a smoke, a support kill. You have to spend a smoke. They get the Aegis. Liquid are just fine with that.
And that's a 5-man smoke rotation up top. Liquid really very happy that they were able to keep their core Slardar alive. Mind Control's having a fantastic start to this game.
Still haven't gone for these Ancients, and I'm not sure when OG are going to feel comfortable to do so, because once again, Kuro, he is keeping eyes on these. It seems Liquid have identified that if you're going to play against the ALK, you cannot give him the free bounty runes, you cannot give him the free Ancient stacks, and Liquid are not giving him anything right now.
Bart is just lingering around. They will defend top with him.
Let's see what they can get done here. chains his way forward, and looks like they're going to retreat. Meanwhile, Riki sweeping through. There was a sentry ward off of the jungle. Might have gotten eyes on him for a moment there, but Matumba Man is in the meanwhile pulling the creeps away from the bottom tower. Wants to push this thing in. The Mask of Madness complete, so the CTY build likely the choice for him.
It's very aggressive play from him down bottom, and he does need to be careful because despite having an Aegis, he's very alone. With a tier 1 tower up, it does mean his team can rotate, and they have time to do so because of the Aegis, but if he pushes up too close to this tower, they can look to kill off the Ursa twice.
Still yet to see a clean Beastmaster gank that leads into a kill. It's just been Liquid constantly with the better vision, all over the OG jungle. Alchemist starts to pull away here now. He was only about 300, 400 ahead, up to 1,000 gold advantage, but that is fairly minimal at this stage.
Ooh, crit. He's found a
roll
in.
forward. They are going to engage, and they will find the kill. So you're in first and Fest Bomb with just crit and Miracle does succeed. Make it 4-8.
Just a solo pick up on a Disruptor, but he already got, okay, he got the ward out, but it will be dewarded. Nice sentry placement in the bottom lane. We'll take out some aggressive Liquid vision, but they've still got more vision going on in the Radiant jungle, both near the Ancients as well.
They're
as
moving on mid now.
lane.
They find crit, goes for the boulder smash off the mark. Fada deftly sidesteps it, gets another kill. Still right there with the Alk. And they're going to defend top as well. They're not going to give OG any free tower. Still all tier 1 standing for Liquid. They can project force all over the map with ease. And you're up against a Beastmaster who got safe lane free farm. Generally, you'd expect to at least see his tower down. And well, the first falls, but it's a deny. So the Alchemist Radiant's Dream is going to be a little bit delayed here. Has the Relic, has 200 gold, but in the mid lane, it's another pick off. OG starting to hemorrhage kills, gold and experience here as Liquid 3-0 in their last 3 big showings. I believe the score 7-2 between these two teams over those matches appears to be in the driver's seat for this fourth. And they jump onto N0tail there. The amp damage coming out. Now the Cloud as well. N0tail, he needs the Radiance. It's going to be delayed for another day. Liquid still hanging around the Timbersaw healthy, and Fada moving in for additional juicy kills. Meanwhile, Matumba Man fairly low, has the Aegis. It may end up popping here. Oh, it will lose it, but still, they've gotten some additional momentum out of this, getting the outkill. Round 2, let's fight. He's going to blink away, so Fada not wanting to have a piece of that. Matumba Man retreating out, so they get a kill, but it's a kill on the Alk, delaying the Radiance.
Yeah, it's a decent turnaround from OG, getting the Aegis as well as the Riki, but losing their Alk is the one hero that they don't really want to see getting picked off at this stage of the game. The other 4 heroes want to be creating space and room for Alchemist. With the items they've got, the Armlet on the Lifestealer, the Beastmaster, Necro 2, Moon's having at least a good game in terms of farm and net worth. As far as involvement goes, he hasn't really been all that active yet. That needs to change for OG.
As for Liquid, do you feel like they've gotten enough done right now? They lead by 1,500 gold, 2,000 experience. They haven't taken the tier 1 mid yet. Alchemist still closing in on an okay Radiance timing considering the pressure he's been under. Are they content with this? Do they need to like put the foot to the pedal and really amplify the aggression?
I think they want to not get too overly aggressive, because that's where OG now, if you get too aggressive into a Chain Frost, into a Lifestealer who could potentially rage dodge some of your initiation. The Earth Spirit is one of the best heroes to punish dives as well. Liquid wanted to keep finding those kills, going for pickoffs, but you don't go all out just diving right into OG and playing into their hands, because OG is one of the best kind of reactionary defensive teams when they're playing underneath their own towers.
Yeah, so rather than diving for the kills, we do see Fada working on the tier 1.
I mean, Fada is just incredibly scary to deal with right now. 1600 HP, a Bloodstone. You don't want to fight Timbersaw and risk giving him more Bloodstone charges. He's going to have that incredibly fast respawn timer as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up a boot to travel here. Yeah, there we go. Gets the tower, gets a boot to travel, just so when he has that short respawn, he can instantly TP back into the fight.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds less than normal roughly here. 39 to be exact. This Kuro, Boulder Smash off the mark, but they do get the silence, and chasing forward will be able to secure the kill. Mind Control looking to assist. Another death for the Riki. That one does go the way of the Lifestealer from Miracle as he is closing in. Well, let's see what he wants to build here. Grabs the Ogre Club, so not going for the Desolator Rush that we've seen. Like Hal, for example, really favors that, and it is going to be Assange picked up by him.
Is he going? Okay, he will go Assange. Let's say the other option's the Echo Saber we've seen a few Lifestealer players go for, but
a little more durable here. It seems like he's a bit worried about getting bursted down in the team fights.
It's only going to help so much against the Timbersaw, but you've got a lot of quick regen, and he kind of recognizes that with an Alchemist Beastmaster in his team, OG are not going to be lacking damage output until like much later on, and by then you start building towards your follow-up items which can be damaged, be it like a Basher, an AC. So for now, Miracle happy just to tank up, get that bit of extra mobility.
Oh, something different from Mind Control, speaking of items. Gone for the early Vlads on Slardar. Normally we'll see a force step, sometimes even going back to more of a carry Slardar, armlet perhaps. We've seen Lotus experiment with the Vanguard. This is not a go-to item for Slardar players. Why do you think this game?
For Liquid, they have a very strong 5-man. This is a team who prioritizes pushing and taking objectives and sticking together a lot early on, and they're the ones being the aggressors. So this is a nice item to help protect them when they play aggressive. Although, in looking at like versing Lifesteal, you always want to have those force staffs. So they're kind of recognizing that the Lifesteal right now is not a threat, and they can buy time before the force come out. Mid lane, crit, yeah.
The Cloud again. It's Kuro started off. Fada jumping in. Crit, can he make it out? No chance. The Crush says no. OG too late, and already Fada looking to dive No-Tail, going very far for this one. The Glimpse back is going to pull him towards the team. They keep binging on him. Great play around the Jerax Disruptor. And Liquid working their magic again, not giving OG to breathe, and hey, the Earth Spear kill is one thing, but getting the Alchemist on top of that is a brutal price to pay if you're OG.
And the important thing though with this Vlad is you don't have the best pushing lineup, and the Vlads kind of can at least help solve that problem to a small extent.
They are quadruple melee, so
yeah,
you know, going later can be nice, and obviously Ursa did not go for the Vlads. We don't really see that build too much anymore.
Absolutely.
And these Ancients, which have not been farmed all game, are now being stolen by Liquid, ransacking their territory and then salting the earth. Just additional punishment for OG. They are going to smoke. This is raise their ire. They've got their hackles back, but Liquid are just fast enough to get away. Miracle slowly marching after them. Crit is there as well. Liquid do make it out.
That TP out from Timbersaw came at just the right time. If that was like maybe half a second later, Earth Spirit Crit gets there with a Boulder Smash. And Liquid, they get out of dodge. They've got Roshan coming up in the next 3 minutes, and while they're waiting, they are going to go for a smoke play of their own. They have vision on OG, importantly.
High ground, though, is OG's if the fight breaks out, where I think it will. The Mind Control! He gets the jump with the 2-hero crush. The chainsaws coming out, but Matumba Man just ignores it, shrugs it off, charges forward, and now looks for more. Fly on the back line. That Lich ain't going anywhere. 3 have fallen. Does the rest get out? Yeah, Beastmaster over to mid. Alchemist already escaped, so still a core down, 2 supports. They just, when are they going to be able to take a fight, gods? We're now 21 minutes in. They have the Radiant. The Lifestealer is gone for fairly mid-game items thus far. We have not seen Infest Bombs pay off. We've seen very limited success from the Roars. Nothing really going OG's way.
Yeah, OG are never the ones getting the initiations. I mean, there it's because of the vision that Kuro's Ward gives them, and as a result, Mind Control gets the 2-hero crush in the Static Storm, so Lifestealer doesn't even get a rage off. You look at where Lifestealers excelled at this tournament, it's come from being able to get the jump. You infest inside a teammate, be it the Slardars, the Rickies. A game like this, you're looking at an Earth Spirit, perhaps a Beastmaster later on when he has a Blink, and you blink in, immediately turn it into a 5v4 scenario, but not once have we seen OG have a successful Infest Bomb. They've never really been able to find the jump onto Liquid. It's Liquid with the vision advantage time and time again, catching OG by surprise.
Let's say this does go late, and it kind of remains the same dynamic. OG not able to take fights, playing defensively, farming the Alp. Is there a point where they get stronger than Liquid? Because the last time we saw an Ursa versus Alk matchup, even late game, the Ursa was crushing him.
And the big problem is like cores like Lifestealer, even to some extent like the Alchemist, get kited terribly. You've got Kinetic Field on Disruptor. You're very likely to see 4-star pickups as well coming out from the side of Liquid. So I really think OG are going to struggle even if they manage to drag this game out. They can defend their high ground. We've seen what Alchemists can do in this tournament.
They found another Mr. 9K MMR. Can't dodge this one. They get the crush off. The amp damage there as well. They're going to glimpse it right back into a Static Storm. He barely makes it out. But Matumba on the chase. Oh, he's going to play it safe. Could have tried to dive for that. But actually, he's looking for it now from the backside. Comes Fada, the Germans are coming, and OG is running. They get up the Chain Frost, trying to turn the fight, but Fada's too tanky. Kuro drops a secondary Cloud, and then they retreat. They might lose Kuro on the way out. The Alk stun's there on the Slardar. The fish dropping low, and they will have to back away. Still, Another core down, a core for support again. And OG on the defense.
I thought maybe when he played Timbersaw had one of the best Timbersaws I've ever seen, but Fata has kept up and even been at times out-farming an Alchemist, has 19 Bloodstone charges, Blink, Plate Mail. He is having a incredible performance right now on this Timbersaw, and he has been the tempo controller, which has set Liquid up
They're
for
already
success.
prepping for top. They've got mind control here. Notel will make it out, but Liquid are just content to push these lanes, and they're basically taking a free Roche. As we'll see the Aegis going to Matumba Man, a D now snagged by mind control. Round 2 of the siege is about to commence.
You've got this Timbersaw who can play incredibly aggressive and not really be at any risk of dying, and even if he dies, he has the insta-respawn. Now you've got 2 lives on Matumba Man as well. The chase for Liquid, like it's effectively 7v5, and they can punish you and always catch you, pick you off using the glimpse. We've seen time and time again Jerax find those pickups using the vision from either Kuro's scouting or from the Slider amp damage.
And even the wards that Kuro's been getting down all game long. You can still see one deep ward there off in the Radiant jungle.
Yep, finds a Hawk, and OG have just not been able to get much value at all out of Moon's Beastmaster. He's 2-0-1. He's played a very polished game, but it's just been like too little as far as actual involvement. He hasn't been as aggressive as OG have needed, and part of that comes down to the overall nature of this draft. You have this Lich who was meant to just sit top, win you the lanes, but OG's laning stage did not go as well as they intended it to.
This Kuro bounty hunter, or Riki, very reminiscent of the Kaka bounty hunter yesterday, where he just hooked the game over from minute 1, constantly giving them deep vision. Fly on the case will drop the sentry here. Managed to de-ward, but still.
Oh, they might get a glimpse onto Miracle.
They just want the vision. Matumba Man happy to chase in, knowing there's backup in tow. They've now grabbed the Diffusal Blade, I believe, for the Ursa. It's going to give them additional chasing power, keep heroes trapped under that cloud a bit longer. And the Ghost Scepters are no longer an option. Yet to even see one come out for the supports, though.
I mean, OG aren't even going to look to defend this tier 2 tower. They're just waiting on their high ground. And Liquid say, taking towers, that's too slow. We'd rather go for the kills. They see Notel farming on the map. Immediately, 1 or 2 heroes will head that direction.
And he has to go here into a Solar Crest, so he's not going straight for the big late game items. He's dealing under the gun, under pressure, so they're trying to salvage the mid game, but in doing so, they gimp their late game a bit.
Yeah, and this helps a lot against the Slider plus Ursa duo, but it's not going to help all too much against Timbersaw, who's only going to get scarier and scarier. Now has a completed Shiva's Guard.
Relatively quiet mid game here. Occasional kills. Liquid slowly building up an advantage. Now up to an 8,000 gold and experience lead, and they find another one. It's Notel on the bottom lane. Radiance currently deactivated. Might want to turn that on. And still being pursued out with the cloud there. Kuro blinking in again. It's going to force a big TP reaction. Notel getting completely chunked down here. The chain burst is beautiful from Flylo. They roar Fata. They brain him down. No Bloodstone tonight. He's coming back in 10 seconds though. Matumba Man stands his ground. Secondary cloud. The Elfstun is there. They're going to lose the Ursa. They've lost 2 cores. Aegis is coming back. The Bloodstone TP respawn play is in effect. Do Liquid re-engage?
You can't, not with Fata's insta-respawn, but doesn't have Boot to travel just yet. 5 seconds away. Matumba Man wants back in, but all the summons canceling this blink for now, buying OG some room to retreat.
The Radiant still inactive here for Notel. Really does need to turn this on if they're going to look to fight as he chases towards mind control. Gets off the stun, slowly working on him, and he is going to get glimpsed back for a moment. Finally gets it on, but it seems like already the damage is done. Liquid diving deeper. They've killed off the Lifestealer. They're looking for a 4th. They want Big Daddy, keeping the vision. Glimpse, is he going to be able to get him range for this one? They don't need it. They just beat him down. Death by the Bear Claw. And now the tower will be next.
That's a dieback from the Alchemist. Miracle almost survived at the start of that fight. If he manages to get away from the Matumba Man Ursa, that could have been a very different engagement. But Matumba Man with both Diffusal and Skull Basher, it's impossible to get away from this Ursa.
Man, Notel just getting slaughtered there. Not having that mischance is going to make a big difference in these fights as you're up against heavy physical damage.
This is where Matumba Man just manned up, had the smokescreen support from Kuro, and Kuro just commits for that kill. Kuro has just been willing to die for his team time and time again. He's died, almost half of their deaths have been him, but
generally
hasn't really hurt them.
Against Riki, generally we see BKBs, because if you don't get the rage off, you're completely shut down by the cloud, but Alchemist hasn't managed to farm one. Generally not like the best late game item for the hero. Normally we see you just try to get more HP and just survive through the fights, but it means the Riki is incredibly impactful.
And we've kind of seen how this hero is actually surprisingly effective against Beastmaster too. I've seen Kuro snipe like 4 Hawks in a row just because you can one-shot it with the Blink Strike, so being able to just get that easy latch onto Hawks denies a lot of the OG vision.
They are sweeping towards the top tier 2. Liquid always on offense, forever aggressive, and they're gonna blink in, they get eyes on Fly. And back to the well, he goes too. It's unrelenting aggression from Liquid, and frankly, I'm just not sure where OG are going to find that momentum. They're about to lose their second to last outer tower. We're 29 minutes in, and Timbersaw has a 2.5k gold lead on an Alchemist with a Radiant, who got some bounty roots, who had some stacks early, never got to farm them. Liquid just seemed utterly prepared for this.
Yeah, there's no real like big Axe Scepter you can pull that's going to make a massive difference as well. For OG, N0tail is just not in the position you want to see your Alchemist in. It's not just N0tail, it's also Miracle on the life
for more. They find Miracle again, the cloud there, and Liquid strike. Blow after blow, OG are battered at this point. They're scrambling to the enemy side of the map. Moon is fleeing home.
Yeah, he's going for some Rat Dota play here. It looks like he's going to try backdoor this bottom tier 1.
But he's carrying a gem. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught on the way out. But it's this kind of, I wouldn't call it full desperation, but semi-desperation that OG seem forced to resort to. They're gonna glimpse. They get N0tail. They reel him back in. He thought he was out. He's not. But Thunderman working on him beats him down. The 2-hero stun far too late. And still Moon on a bit of a picnic, but not the good kind.
There's nothing he can really do. Like, this is no fault of his. It's just the nature of this Liquid draft with the map control they have. Anyone going out on the map to farm is getting instantly scattered out and picked off. So Moon's actually found himself on the other side of the map where it's probably the safest place to be in some
He really wants to take
sense.
a tier 1 here. There's still 2 up, but as soon as he goes for it, you know the TPs are coming.
He's got a Blink, he's got the Necrobook, and there's no fortification, so he can definitely get this tower. It's a question of can he get out.
He's still so hesitant though. Finally he's gonna make his move in. I imagine it'll be a very hasty retreat. So you do see 3 heroes, already the pings coming out. That one from Jerax on the Disruptor.
Nice little snipe.
He'll snipe the tower.
Bit of money. You're just trying to force Liquid back at this stage of the game, but
it makes it harder for them to consistently occupy your side of the map because, well, forget about that. Paragon's going to be at the base, but Tumbaman in pretty far though. And Miracle working on him. The boulder's getting dropped. Miracle still in pursuit. Now the Chain Frost, a deep lob from Fly. He blinks out, drags it away from the team. Well handled by the Finn. There will be no bounce. There will be no follow-up. Liquid disengaged. And they go back in, find control. The man in front, the static swap there. Miracle though, he gets bashed. He gets beaten. And he too will fall out for 55 with Bada going high ground. The balls on this one, he fears nothing. In deep, 16 Bloodstone charges, even with the earlier death. And now working in on what looks to be an Octarine core. Incredible amounts of farm for a Timber.
I mean, all 3 of Liquid's cores are just beast moding right now, and you can kind of see the reasoning behind the Vlads even more now with Mind Control building more into a late game oriented build, has gone into a BKB just to scale better as this game drags out. Recognizing that Liquid don't have the best high ground siege, it means this game for Liquid, even when you're ahead by 10, 15, 20k gold, you're not necessarily taking racks. So
what are where do you see the high ground siege coming from? Like, what are the key items? Is it just an Aegis?
Aegis Cheese, potentially a Heart of Tarrasque on Slardar. Maybe an Assault Crest is another consideration, but a Slardar with BKB Heart just has a huge amount of HP, and OG don't have the damage to burst through that. That's why Timbersaw also just reaching this point where he's going to become unkillable with Shivers, Bloodstone, as well as the Octarine core. And for Liquid, you break high ground with pickoff. So rather than focusing buildings with an Aegis Cheese, you're just diving past the buildings and going for kills and using your survivability to kind of give you that buffer way. It doesn't really matter you're diving because you're just so unkillable.
The positioning from Kuro is great here. He is the vanguard of this retreat, and it's actually going to break the smoke on Moon.
Yep.
It's a pretty desperate attempt by OG, but Liquid just not giving any quarter here as they were fully ready for it. Even if they find someone, it's a Riki who has basically no net worth and is not a big deal if he dies by any means. Ensuring that they will protect this lead. If OG want to fight, it's probably only going to be on Liquid's terms. And a slow and steady squeeze coming out. They'll TP the Timbersaw to top. And the rest of the Liquid heroes, farming Ancients, farming the Radiant Woods, consistently accruing a little bit more advantage as time goes on, and they've continued to force the Alchemist into very mid-game items here. Noto now going for BKB in mid. They find the jump. It's on to, well, Crit actually getting the Disruptor kill. He gets Jerax, but they trade a support, so 1 for 1 there.
That was a really just kind of YOLO play from OG, but that's what they need.
They get Matumba, but he's BKB'd already. I believe he still has his ultimate here. He can man up, and man up he will. Pair up, perhaps the better way to put it. They are tanking this full Chain Frost and charging forward. Liquid engaging onto OG, slaughtering all green heroes before them. Now the crush. N0tail next. Big Daddy going down. He too will fall. 4 bites the dust. 30 to 10. It's a rout. And Noon will make it a team wipe very likely. One more chain. Fada drills him, snags the gem, even though Courier isn't faster than him. And then chains away. Well, if a team wipe isn't enough to break high ground, guys, I'm not sure what is.
A team wipe, you're getting a kill at the enemy found. Exactly kind of what I mentioned. You don't really care about going for the buildings, you go for the heroes. And you know that OG have no firepower. They have no items. They have no way to punish this. You steal their gem, you kill them by their fountain, and then you're like, okay, let's walk away and take some buildings now. So it looks like Liquid will secure their first melee. These heroes are almost respawning already because of how slow Liquid push, but doesn't really matter when there's no one left to defend. The Lich kind of picked up partially to kind of punish the fact Liquid can't really push down towers, but Liquid have just changed their game plan. They've reacted incredibly well, and OG need to make a magnificent play to turn this around.
It's going to need to be immaculate.
That Static Storm was... Oh,
here they go, and Best Bomb gets it underway, but Matumba, PKBs. Not often you see a Lifestealer taking this kind of punishment in this tournament, but today, he is the punching bag for Matumba, man. OG on perhaps their last legs. They are going to try to hold here, but they're down 2 heroes. N0tail, the BKB going to wear off soon. He commits in deep, he gets nothing. And Liquid just walk it off. Full 5-hero survival there. They're going to earn up. They're going to re-engage Fada, already back into the fray, throwing out the Shivas.
That was actually a really next level Static Storm from Jerax. It was just a bit too next level. He bopped it expecting the Earth Spirit to blink in with the Infest Bomb, and if you have the Static Storm down, Lifestealer doesn't get his rage off, but looked like Crit was maybe thinking ahead and didn't actually take the bait. But here we go, Aegis Cheese, Liquid, once they have this, they'll be ready to take any fight of their choosing, really.
Yeah, N0tail trying to cobble together whatever farm he can at this stage. I guess they'll have buybacks, but it feels like they need more items.
If you're buying back just to try and defend your base, that's kind of a losing strategy. At this point, the only way to win as OG is to actually get some late game items on your Alchemist as well as Lifestealer, which is going to require just winning a fight handily. But you've got a 9k net worth Lifestealer, 10k net worth on your Beastmaster, and your Alk is behind both Ursa and Timbersaw. Anytime an Alk is not top 1, top 2, I mean, really, you need to be top 2.
He needs to be like as much as 2 of their cores at this stage, usually.
You know you're in trouble. That is just as bad as it can get for an Alchemist.
And Liquid come high ground with lots of extra life. Spada with the virtually instant Bloodstone respawn and a buyback, so potentially 2 on him. They've got Aegis to work with here. Liquid can afford to take some risks. Also a buyback on Kuroki, as well as on Mind Control on the Slardar. So there will be plenty of insurance policies here. And to add to the pressure, OG see that mid lane slowly shoving in, even top lane pushing against them. As soon as somebody shows elsewhere, Timber's going in, he actually finds Crit. And Crit gets nervous, he backs away.
Take out one of the wards, there is a second.
They're gonna smoke, here we go. This could be the big initiation, the last stand for OG. Can they find the pick? It's Mind Control, he gets the jump. Come out and play, he says. OG, what do they do really? Now down a Beastmaster, he'll buy back as well. Static Storm connects on N0tail, he's gonna have to BKB, they roar Matumba, man, they're gonna look to bring down the Ursa, but a great force stand from Jerax, keeps him in fighting shape longer and longer. He is surviving through this, heals up, courtesy of the Cheese, re-engaging, charging forward. N0tail is still alive through all this, but the Ledge Dealers drops an
tell me what you say you want. I can be a fighter when you tell me that to fight. I can be a hero when you're here when you're here. I can be forgotten if you tell me to forget it. To forget it. Yeah, I can be forgotten if you tell me to forget it. I can be forgotten if you tell me to forget it. Now we can forget it 'cause it's starting to believe it. Now we can forget it 'cause it's starting to believe it. To believe it. We're so high we can see angels there up on the ceiling, fly through our air. Don't believe it, baby. So high we can't forget it. There's no time for feeling. We had to believe, so believe it, baby. So high we can see angels there up on the ceiling, fly through our air. Don't believe it, baby. So high we can't forget it. There's no time for feeling. We had to believe, so believe it, baby.
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you. You leave without saying where you're going or where to. Should I worry that you won't come back? Should I worry that you will forget? My sense is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you, and you leave me unaware if I might have been hurting you. Ooh, should I worry that you won't come back, or accept me time as a fact? My heart is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
I can never take away our story and I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now. Yeah. It's too dark now, I lost the spark now. I've got a second away to home, second away to home. But all my friends, how they turn my weak sides into a bit of a higher zone, bit of a higher zone. Well, I'm not gonna run now, I've come too far to let it down. But even if I turn around, I've got the love on my side, now the chance they will hide. I know they'll always be right next to me, right next to me, and I'll be next to you, next to you, right next to me, right next to me, and I'll be next to you, next to you, right next to me. My head is spinning, a new beginning. Yeah, this is all I was asking for, all I was asking for. So now I'm winning, I feel I'm in it. I'm on a bit of a higher throne, bit of a higher throne. I'm never gonna run now, I've come too far to let it down. I'm never gonna turn around, I've got the love on my side, not a chance they will hide. I know they'll always be right next to me, 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 always be right next to me, always be.
We're like, oh man, it's very good versus Lifesteal. Mind Control just had a beast performance on it, and then they overlooked the Ursa, and it ended up kind of biting them in the butt.
They've left both out this time, of course, but it's slightly different draft. We've got the Void out now.
And Liquid goes back to the Disruptor.
Yeah.
I think, you know, you're talking about why did they ban that instead of this. I'm surprised that they didn't ban the Disruptor. That hero has been like frightening in the right hands.
And like I said last game as well, especially versus like Disruptor versus Earth Spirit can be very good. He can just, if the Earth Spirit's trying to roll out, of course you can just glimpse him back in. If he rolls in, you can obviously just drop your ulti off, stop his initiation in any means. And like we've been pointing out throughout the panel the past couple days, Phoenix, you can disable the Sunray quite easily, as well as just silences in general are extremely good versus that hero.
It's also great against the Void. Void time walks away, glimpse him back. It's like decent at zoning him out as well.
I'm not sold on the Void pick personally. I feel like I've seen it fail a lot against Necro 3 heroes, either Beastmaster or Lycan. Once he gets mana drained, he's a terrible hero. And they have good solutions against that. They have stun on Slar, mobility on him, Disruptor can bring him back or lock him down in silence to get the mana drain off. I'm not sold on the Void. It is very good with Phoenix though.
It's very good at locking down the Lycan as well, because obviously, you know, Lycan can go full speed mode and just run around like crazy, and he's quite good versus Slardar as well. If you get the time dilation on him, he can't just keep doing that thing that we've been talking about, like the weaving in and out of fights, getting multiple crushes, multiple amplify damage. So I can understand why they picked it, and it's a comfort hero for them. They've been picking it a lot when they have the Phoenix, and they love putting it on Mood. And this also kind of leaves it a bit open. They can run it in the short lane, but it's not really their most favorite.
I really worry that when we've seen Faceless Voids fail, it's because they don't get the levels or the start that they need in the offlane. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure right now on Moon to get his levels and get his items.
That's hard versus Disruptor. Team Liquid's draft is a lot more early game focused with the exception of Slar Blink. And I like that they picked Jug because it offsets that very, very teamfight reliant hero. Like Jug can be solo, get solo kills. He can TP support other lanes that are going to be weak early, like Faceless Void, and possibly get double and triple kills.
Liquid going for
DK.
Comfort, very comfort heroes here. I'm really liking the way that Liquid's draft looks right now, and we have been kind of talking, I know Black touched upon it on the panel earlier, how Juggernaut maybe is sometimes falling out. He's a very specific pick that you need the right situations for it, and I feel like Slardar really hurts him. Amplified damage really makes Juggernaut look super squishy.
Can bash him as well. And now with Dragonite pick, they're pretty survivable to Chronosphere.
Okay, so we got a Ricky ban?
Super fast bans.
Yeah.
And the Magnus makes sense.
And the Magnus ban.
Because they were playing Magnus with Void and Juggernaut.
So Liquid have almost exactly the same draft, bar one.
Jungle Beastmaster.
The draft is so good. 2 Necro 3 heroes can drain mana of Juggernaut faces Void.
Yep.
They've got attack speed, or I was thinking about this earlier, but then I thought they've got Slider, so they're not going to pick Beastmaster. But clearly they're going to do 4-position Beastmaster on Kuro, most likely, and then their draft looks really good to me.
It's also so fast as well, not team fight reliant at all. Whereas
Exactly.
OG, you look at they rely so much on the Chronosphere, and now the Darkseer wall to set up a lot of their fights.
I really like Liquid's approach to when they're on the Radiant. They always pick a way to be able to get into that Roshan pit and steal it from the dire sides. They're one of the few teams that when they're on Radiant, they have that massive potential to just go in there and take it, when it's usually the opposite way around.
Okay, final thoughts, Charlie?
Man, I really like Liquid's draft here. It has so much setup and initiation, and it's, like I said earlier, very fast. You can just, you hit your levels and just go in.
I agree. I really like Liquid's draft. It just seems like they have a little bit of an edge coming out in the laning phase as well versus OG. The Darkseer is going to be able to pressure a bit on the Lycan, but Disruptor is quite great versus that.
Yeah, I agree. I like Liquid's draft. The one gem that OG has going for them, Earth Spirit Darkseer, they've got to crush the safe lane. If they don't do that, they're going to get behind in fights.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get more thoughts, of course, from our expert panel at the end of Game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Final, Game number 2. Let's head back to the commentators. LD and Gods.
Thank you very much, Paul. Gods, analysts, favoring Liquid again in Game 2 are you?
Up until the last pick, Darkseer, definitely, I was like, how did Liquid get all these heroes in their draft? The Darkseer, though, very good at upsetting the Liquid lanes, because when you're running that greedy jungle Beastmaster, you have to do something to punish it.
All right, well, with that, the punishment might be getting now, guys. Game 2 is underway. And here we are. Already, teams have moved out to the lanes. You can see some early wards did get dropped. Don't think either of these were scouted. And actually, a total of 3 early wards as Miracle is dancing on top of one. So Liquid, they don't have the Bounty Hunter this game. They don't have the Riki, rather, that Invis here. They can run around and drop incredibly deep wards, but they still have some good vision to start this one off.
Yeah, and Liquid, they see that Earth Spirit Phoenix and know that this support duo, Earth Spirit roams around, pressures the lanes a bit, but it's not the most proactive duo, with Phoenix kind of having to sit and doesn't rotate all that well. So as a result, they get this Beastmaster, but Iron Shell Earth Spirit, very disruptive, very difficult for Lycan to lane against when he's not going to get any help from one of his supports. Only the Disruptor can try and help this lane out.
So is that the lane you want to see Crit focusing on if you're OG? Is it really just the Lycan you look to shut down?
I think you swing from mid and bottom. You want to be spending a lot of time. If you're in the Radiant jungle, you can do 3 things. You can pressure the Beastmaster jungle, which he's often on low HP for. You can rotate mid and go on Fata with a Juggernaut who has quite a decent amount of kill potential, and you can partner up with a Darkseer to disrupt Lycan's farm. So there's a ton of options for Earth Spirit, and it's much easier to play a hero like Earth Spirit when there's 3 different lanes you can pressure, or 2 lanes plus a jungle. If there's only 1 lane you can gank, it's very obvious where Earth Spirit's going to camp the entire early game, but this game, the world is his doorstep.
Yeah, he will be starting bottom here, just parked behind Moon, looking to ensure that they get the early roll, and they do. Moving on to Matumba Man. Just a little bit of pressure, but with the double Ion Shell, well, 1 now expiring on the creeps, they can really look to shut down the Lycan before he gets scary, and this is those early moments where Lycan doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, and Liquid's response is going to be try and use their pull camp to deny XP and also force the creep wave under the tower, because Matumba Man can farm. He's going to be able to farm a lot easier under his tower with his regen and stout shield than he is out in the lane, but the response to this from OG is just to go for a pull camp of their own.
Yeah, we did see briefly, it is just a full Iron Talon jungle Beastmaster. It's been talked about a lot by the analysts, by many of the players, that we heard it from PPD yesterday on the panel, that they just think Beastmaster is broken right now. And if he's getting free farm in the jungle, I'm not sure anyone does it faster, not even Enigma necessarily. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he has been found now by Crit. We talked about how he's got plenty of options as far as where he can rotate to. In some ways, Kuro does act as a buffer towards that mid lane protecting Fata, but if you ever manage to sneak past the Beastmaster, and get like a level 2, level 3 spin, or even like, hit that level 6 timing on Jug, kills onto DK, very possible.
The good news, though, for OG is Miracle having a better start than last game. We saw him a bit slow as far as farm went in that tri-lane and the off-lane. They eventually somewhat abandoned it, but he is free farming against the Dragon Knight on a hero that scales quite well, is up against a lot of armor, a lot of tanky heroes, so not an easy game to take over with Omni Slash, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Miracle.
Yeah, the result of this, though, is Mind Control's off-lane slider will get farm as well as XP out of his lane.
And Notel getting bullied a bit here. He's already used that Time Walk. Mind Control, diving him, Big Daddy, he gets crossed, in comes the Phoenix, and that will be enough to zone him out. Can they get the counter kill? No, Mind Control will walk away, so Big Daddy under the gun early here. He is slightly out farming, but Notel.
He wants to get this CS at his tower, but needs to make sure he can actually salve up, and that was a really nice play by Mind Control. Almost gets that kill until the Phoenix heal comes into play.
Yeah, doesn't know he has the backup, but still, Slardar having a lot of impact early on in this off lane. You compare that to the bottom lane, Lycan 12-3, despite the dual lane aggression with the Darkseer. They are getting some good side pulls for Moon here, but they're not really shutting down the Lycan just yet, Gods.
Yeah, by no means. Moon will be getting farm and levels himself, but not exactly the outcome they were perhaps hoping for out of this lane. And
is there anything they can do to play this one better?
I mean, at this point, you are where you are. This Lycan has his boots up very nice and early, something you often don't see it for a free farming Lycan, but against this aggressive dual lane, the boots go a long way. And
it's always the power of the Disruptor. You roll on him, he can just glimpse one of the two back, and suddenly you don't have necessarily the kill potential.
Yeah. I think with the level 4 on Lycan already, you're better off trying to pressure
they
the mid
are
lane.
Trying to chase that Earth Spirit out of the jungle. Crit does get caged again. It's the Disruptor setting things up. Kuro going to work with the axes there, but not able to finish him off. Still with the 4-minute rune coming soon. That's a very low HP support to try and contest.
Fly's backing up mid, and this is the adaptation from Crit, is that he wanted to rotate mid and get a Rolling Boulder off. He hits the Rolling Boulder, there's not just Blade Fury, but also a Sunray and a slow from dive, but unfortunately, Kuro's Beastmaster has just been on point with the Hawk positioning and constantly scouted out these rotations. But Crit has still found himself in a good position.
And they roll in, they move on to Fada. OG looking to strike first here. In game 1, it was a double kill and a first blood for Liquid. In game 2, it's the boys in green that get out to the hotter start.
Yeah. They've done great up until that point, but...
And an instant smoke, Gods. They want to make this 2 in a row.
Yeah, Kuro did stop those earlier rotations mid, but Crit just realizes rather than try and flank from behind the tower, just go from your own Tier 1 tower, and a much harder rotation to get vision of.
And this is the time to do it before the Beastmaster fully comes online. He is up there with the cores as far as CS go, but they're rolling in. Connection on Matumba Man, not yet level 6. OG are going to find themselves another kill. The glimpse back a bit too late. Can they punish Crit on the way out? Tower shot with the Wolves might be enough to finish him as Moon threatens to dive onto Jerax here. These Wolves are bringing Crit down though, and he will end up falling. Now they turn on the Fly. They are very low. Don't see them getting that second kill, but it's still overall 1 for 1, but the Lycan dying for an Earth Spirit. And OG killing off 2 cores here before the Beastmaster starts moving.
OG's now put themselves in a position where 2 and really all 3 of their lanes are going very well. The Void free farming for the most
part.
Another
roll, another jump. They still don't have that Beastmaster Roar. He's very close. They're diving onto Fada. Omni Slash is ready. Fada does get off the Dragon Tail. Miracle tried to back up to prevent this, but he's got the face boots to chase. Omni comes through, decapitates the Knight.
It was
off with your helm.
A great turn from Fata to get the stun off before Omni Slash, but
and now
couldn't quite get far enough away
like
because
they
of
might
phase.
go top here. Notel has the Chrono.
And OG are just moving so well with these 2 supports.
And now they want to try and deal with Mind Control. They get the Bass, the Chrono comes through. Meet the Sunray Mind Control. Doesn't even need Crit's help. OG have killed all 3 cores. And they're looking for Jerax too. He TP'd in a bit late to the party. Notel still beating him down. He needs that bash. Give me a bash, he says. Give me a bash already. Ice Frog, please. There you go.
He's overextended though.
He may die for this though. Notel into the trees. The roar actually goes onto Crit, so they're going to settle for a support kill. Notel has the time walk out. Should be able to survive. Just barely at that. And they chase for more. Suddenly Miracle joins the fray. OG with the relentless aggression. They take the fight to Liquid. They look to punish before that big deathball push begins, but Miracle getting dealt with by the boar here. He really needs help. Notel's also low. The healing ward's dealt with. Mind Control gets the 1 hero crush. The time walk forward. The bash from Big Daddy. Is he going to get a second? Can't quite. Even Moon chasing.
And Miracle has a regen rune. He TP's mid. He might be able to go for this kill. Doesn't have Omni Slash, so probably. And it's also some space for mind control. This is a player who won't be able to really be all too active or get involved until he has a Blink Dagger, so a bit more pressure on Kuro to get involved with Vaata's Dragon Knight and create some space for mind control just to get...
Hello, Kuro, says N0tail. He found not one, but two, and they're working on Kuro. He's going to drop very early in this fight. Mind control gets up the F, crushes and runs. Yep. Constantly on the defensive. It's a total role reversal from last game.
Really curious what N0tail's going with the Perseverance pickup. We'll see Miracle
playing it safe here. He knows there's really no way to cancel that with the Beastmaster dead. So he will make it out, but Dragon Knight online again. Do Liquid look to push with this? They bring Matumba Man into the mid lane, so we've seen a lot from this team when they're running heroes like the Lycan, the Death Prophet. They like to take these early crucial towers, especially the tier 1 mid. Yeah. Well, do OG defend? They don't have a chrono.
Have got the magnetize, but they're not going to rotate.
Insta smoke, but
were they too? They were very close to the creep, so the Miracle will pop it in.
He's got the Blade Fury as well. He can easily get out from Jerax here, even if there's a glimpse. Trying to bait the Blade Fury and chase further, but Miracle showing good patience there.
Really heads-up play by Miracle. As soon as I'm pretty sure he sees the smoke, he just positions himself on the high ground to reveal the smoke and then get himself back to safety.
And they're farming elsewhere. OG doing a good job at spreading the map. You can see Crit getting some crucial me time on the bottom lane. Notel farming up the woods has gone for the early Perseverance.
Yeah,
so is his Battle Fury.
And Battle Fury is really the only item that makes sense, but it's a very greedy approach to take considering you've done so well in the early game. And I think going Battle Fury against this scary mid-game push of the Lycan Dragon Knight Beastmaster, to me, is very risky.
Now,
since picking it up, he did get the Ring of Aquila, so he bought the Aquila after the Perseverance. I'm not sure if that means he's thinking about changing his mind or what, but Notel does recognize he needs some early game presence.
Now, in good news for OG, they have a little balance here from Miracle, as he is not rushing a Battle Fury of his own. We have seen him do that on the jug sometimes, but there's like an early Yasha will be the pickup for him. Gets the Band of Elven skin. And now OG, they will smoke. They will move top after getting a essentially free tier 1. They've got all their ultimates online aside from the Chrono, cooling down soon. Both teams popping scans here.
And recognizing that Liquid's kind of taken over their jungle, this is the very common play to make after getting a tier 1 tower, and they may oh, they don't go back, fully commit to going in their jungle.
Crit might find someone, but he needs the team with him. They're hesitating. Now they're moving top. OG rolling in. They found Jerax. The Static Storm deployed defensively. Looks for the TP out, and he gets the Glimpse off on the Phoenix. He'll make it out too. So Jerax dodges a bullet.
Everyone gets out of that one.
Even Matumba Man TPing away. Still nothing too big used there by OG. Just a smoke. They don't blow a Chrono or anything like that. They're still the team that's somewhat penned in on their side of the map.
Yeah, and for Liquid, they haven't really hit all their item timings just yet. They yet to get any of the Necro books on either. Well, Beastmaster's got his back at base. Lycan still working on his Necro 1, so for Liquid, you get scary around like the double Necro book stage. They don't even have to be level 3, level 1, level 2, with Fata, who's very tanky with this armlet now. And then you just kind of 5-man towers. We saw them take the tier 1 mid without resistance. And then instantly, in the same Dragon form, they got another tier 1 tower up top. So when you can get 2 towers from the one ultimate, you kind of know your opponents are very reliant on some of their ultimates, like the Chronosphere.
OG do have a nice ward here. Actually, 3 off on the Radiant side. But most importantly, that one bottom. Scouted out KuroKy and Fana. KuroKy and Fana showing good map awareness. Do retreat long before that potential gank could materialize. Will reveal Notel in the bottom lane. The rest of the team parked behind him. Liquid seemed content to farm. Lycan off at the Ancients. The rest of the team was in the lanes, now in the jungle. And they are keeping this game stable. As good of a start as it was for OG, it's only a 2,000 gold lead. That's just one good fight and a tower from Liquid, and it will be erased.
And they're just kind of sticking near each other. The Dragon Knight, who was kind of closer to the lane, still has his 3 teammates nearby. It's only ever going to be Matumba Man, who might be off kind of on his own, getting some farm. Because he is probably the one who's most kind of late game item dependent for the team. The other 4 ready to fight. May even look for a smoke gank soon, although 2 dire wards have given plenty of vision of this Liquid squad. And Liquid had like a couple sentries expire. Unnoticed.
Well, speaking of unnoticed observer ward, now Liquid, they have the vision advantage here. They're moving the wolf pack in. KuroKy leading the charge for now. Fata with the Haste Rune and the armlet. Both teams want a clean initiation. Neither finding it, but the vision advantage has to be far on the side of Liquid as far as the heroes go.
And when you have a vision advantage with a disruptor, it's so scary to play against. That's where OG, even though with this strong team fight, you're looking at Chronosphere with a Darkseer, a Supernova.
Do you get it off?
Yeah, do you get it off? Is it Liquid getting the job? If they manage to get a Raw and burst someone down, the mana burn from the Necrobook could mean the Void doesn't even have mana to time walk away, something that Kevin talked about on the panel as well, and that makes it very difficult for OG to play.
There's the roll in, but Jerax is ready for it, dropping the Static Storm here. Not a very good one, and he's going to get caught out. Will be finished off with a Blade Fury for Miracle. Crit may pay in return, though, as he commits a Magnetized Mind Control. bringing him down together with the Wolves. They are chasing Mind Control, but he's rather far away. Matumba Man coming into wolf form and then says, get out of my way, Fada. Get out of there. So they decide to back off. They lose a Disruptor. They trade him for an Earth Spirit. Support for support. But Liquid playing a little scared. Don't want to walk into that team fight.
Yeah. They've got plenty of setup for the Glimpse using those Lycan Wolves and the Beastmaster Hawk, but OG have just not given Liquid any opportunities to find those pickoffs. And Earth Spirit at best is all they've managed to really get this game, and following that kill, OG themselves going to the pit, soon to be scattered out by a Hawk.
Now, do Liquid walk into that pit? The Lycan ultimate at these early levels has a pretty long cooldown. Still 40 seconds until Matumba Man can engage the Roche, well below half HP. If Liquid want to fight this, they do so without the big bad wolf.
Oh, they're coming though.
And they are moving towards the pit. Mind Control out in front, the smoke's gonna break. They still hesitate. They don't walk in. They're waiting for the wolf, but it might be too late. No-Tail time walks out. He is slowing down the Roshan by not just hitting him.
He's scaring them with the Chrono though.
But it works.
Unless
and the Aegis goes to Miracle. Now Fada engages onto No-Tail, but they don't have the follow-up burst. He's going to get the initiation on onto Fada with the Sunray going. The Armlet's still active. He drops quickly. The Dragon being brought down, but not finished off just yet. They can't kill him. And they blade Fury spin forward. They will finish him off. And then the egg over the top. Zoning Liquid back as the statics come again and effective. Miracle assassinates another. OG finding their stride. Almost getting Kuro there. OG and Aegis, 2 kills. And Liquid blew some ults.
Yeah, and it was a great blink crush from Mind Control on the backlines, but the Static Storm out of the Disruptor just wasn't there in time. I'm not sure if it was still on cooldown from the previous fight, but letting the Phoenix get off the Supernova following the crush really secures OG's teamfight there. And suddenly No-Tail, 2.9k gold, can complete the Battle Fury if he wants to. Still not sure this is really the optimal Void build these days. It used to be like back in like the slow-paced carry meta, you'd see Safeling Voids go Battle Fury, but as far as like a one-position Void these days, you're much better like going for your Diffusal Mantis, so not sure what is exactly going to be on his mind.
Hard to say. At this point, it does seem like No-Tail has changed his mind. He's up to well over the gold required for
Radiance, you know? I'm sure Wago will be happy. He's probably sitting backstage like, come on, No-Tail, you can do it. Didn't get the Vanguard, but he's still very tanky even without it.
Ooh, gets the Ultimate Orb. So it looks like a Lincoln Sphere for the Roar, the
DK
Dragon Tail, even the Glimpse potentially.
Lincoln's is great against DK stun, and like you mentioned, the Glimpse as well as often the catch, and the Lincoln's overtime has been received a few small buffs here and there as far as the cost goes, and even the cooldown on the Lincoln's refresh, so an item which is very defensive by nature, but it's amazing against Liquid's lineup.
Yeah, they know the most important thing here is to get off a good team fight and not to give up the pick, so Liquid don't have that power play. And having the Lincolns is certainly a good way to ensure that.
I mean, now Void has a way to dodge the Glimpse. Jug does as well. Does put OG in a fairly safe position to
They're streaming bottom. Jug coming as well. They get the sounds off of Jerax. Which way does he go? It's Raptor for dinner. Miracle now dominating. Though I have to say, it feels like Crit is the one doing most of the heavy lifting.
OG ready to press forward, I imagine. Fortunately, we'll have to deal with some split push coming out from the Lycan always. There's a Necro 2 on both Kuro as well as Matumba Man.
So we have a kind of a pause, a lull in the action here, Gods. OG are going to look to push bottom, it appears. Liquid probably not going to contest this.
Well, they see Kuro. They may try and jump him here.
Is called out. No-Tail gets the jump. They commit even a Chrono for the 4th position Beastmaster, but with the farm he's got, well worth it if they get the kill. No neutral deny. It goes the way of Fly. So, all right, now we have a moment. So, looking forward, 10, 15 minutes down the road, does either team start to pull ahead? Is there a big power spike you're keeping your eyes out for? You mentioned the Necrobolt timing hasn't really materialized for Liquid. Where are these teams looking next?
I mean, Liquid want to use their vision advantage to farm more of the map. Avoid OG's 5-man, split push up top, split push mid when you see this 5-man unit down bottom, and try and use these Necrobooks to slow down the OG push, because it has such a high threat of breaching the OG high ground that OG will have to constantly TP back to defend this. For OG, it's all about finding those pickoffs. Using a Chrono on one hero is all about kind of asserting yourself over your opponent, saying, look, you're not going to split push, we're not going to let you play the economy game, because that's exactly what Liquid's trying to do. punish the fact that OG are 5-manning by just all 4 or 5 of their heroes are split apart, farming different locations on the map. You had the Dragon Knight up top, you have the Lycan at the Ancients, you've got Disrupt at bottom, someone else is farming the Radiant jungle, so even if you lose 1 kill, you've got 3 or 4 other heroes farming.
And we have seen from Liquid that even from a bigger deficit than this, they can pull out some spectacular team fights. The series versus Newbie yesterday especially comes to mind with just incredible teamwork. And they do have some scouting tools here, not the Riki or the Bounty Hunter type hero, but they've got the Wolves, as well as the Amp Damage, the Hawk, so they have the Vision type heroes you mentioned to not only create space for farm, but maybe eventually for that big team fight. They are, for now, trying to farm their jungle. OG pushing in the bottom lane. The ward? The D ward just not been used yet. They haven't gotten Vision up the cliff, it looks like.
I see a point booster picked up on Notel's Void, and I think he recognizes that the catch against the split push is going to be key. He wants that shorter cooldown.
OG streaming in. It's almost like Liquid wanted to bait this one. Crit. It's a trap. Static Storm getting dropped. A Miracle says, screw it, man. I'm going in. The Necro Book's there. The Omnislash committed. He's got to run. Kills off the book, but he does get roared on the way out. Elsewhere, the bubble. Notel trying to lock down Matumba Man. Finish him off. The Wolf will fall. OG getting a core kill, but the Jug looks like he might drop. No! The Healing Ward, the Aegis, enough to keep him alive for now, but eventually the Jug will fall.
Oh, the Aegis expired as they went on him. That burst heal was from the Aegis timing out, and Earth Spirit, like, crit kept him alive for longer, and it actually kind of bites OG in the ass there because they lose the Aegis because crit actually saved Miracle for like an extra 5 seconds, and that was so unfortunate.
That was a very interesting bait by Liquid. They saw the ward, they had the Hawk on top of the hill, it was in range of the Sentry. They have to not to kill the ward. As soon as Earth Spirit rolls in, instantly the Static Storm comes out. Miracle dives pretty far with the Omni Slash, and Liquid are able to turn it. They get 2 cores. They do lose the Lycan again, but he's still up there as far as net worth goes.
Yeah, that's a great kill on Miracle's Jug, who's been involved in 8 of these kills. He was 8-1 before that. Takes a death now, and he's picked up a Perseverance himself, although I wonder if he's thinking Battle Fury to help push out these lanes fast, deal with all the Necrobooks, the summons.
Double Lincolns feels like a bit defensive for OG, because this does appear to be a farm war.
I think you recognize what Liquid's trying to do and just farm the map, and you kind of do a bit of that yourself. While obviously being involved in kills. Miracle's going to smoke up with his team when, even without an Omni Slash, he can still be very influential.
And Notel now grabbing the point booster. So likely going to see that Ags. Has generally been in the Void build, and they are going to get eyes here on Fada. He pops the Shadow Blade, he tries to run, they glimpse it back. Do they have detection? You betcha. Can they finish him off, though? That's the question. Moon's there. Karate chops him down, making Moon Meander's mama very proud. Make it 2. And now OG can transition perhaps into a push. Tier 1 can just be backdoored here. Not sure if they get the Tier 2, though.
Could wait for the creep wave. There's not too big of a threat of the split push just yet from Matumba Man, although he will have full access to his jungle and potentially the bottom lane as well to threaten a counter push. But for now it's crit. Being aggressive with a ward here, which does get scouted out being planted, so Liquid should be able to easily de-ward that one.
The Greaves are now picked up by Darkseer, and I think more importantly, you're up against Lycan gods, you are up against a Hawk, they get the gem. So OG not having the best vision heroes on paper, but looking to really atone for that through the items.
Yep. And just being able to punish as often as possible. This Chronosphere is going to quickly become less a teamfight tool and more a pick-off tool for OG. They want to use it to start fights. Even if you're just killing one core hero with a Chronosphere, you've still got plenty of teamfight to follow up the Void. If anything, Void needs to start the fight so Darkseer can come in later. Darkseer is not really a good teamfight initiator. He relies on the opponents to have already reacted and grouped up for that vacuum wall to come out. The way that fight at top breaks out is that Moon comes in after the initial fight and then hits that vacuum wall on the backline. So Void throwing an Aghanim's ulti just for 1 or 2 heroes in the front lines is more than adequate for OG in their teamfight setup.
Big smoke by Liquid. Marching down mid, the Wolves scouting ahead, looking for prey, and they do see a Darkseer. A Wild Moon appears. Aurora is there. Darkseer goes down. Clean execution by Liquid. And now they race forward, even popping the Wolf ult. Let's see where they roam next. I always like to hunt for these additional kills. They move into the pit, hoping, praying that Roshan is up. Their prayers are not answered.
Yeah,
by Ice Frog.
Wonder if that was a misclick from Matumba or just thought he maybe needed it for that. You see the Darkseid made you expecting it to be back up, so I think it was just like a let's be safe rather than sorry kind of ultimate.
Well, 1 kill, instant tower down, and that's a pretty big one here. Tier 2 falls mid.
And that's the beauty of Liquid's draft, is that you can be the ones kind of in control, winning the farm war. Not really with map control, but you're the ones who have the strong team fight. But one pick off for Liquid, you take out a key team fight hero, someone like a Darkseid or a Void, and suddenly your ability to breach high ground with the double Necrobooks, Dragonite ulti form is just brutal. And OG, they have to play very flawlessly here. They can't afford to miss a Chronosphere, to have a Darkseid get picked off too often, or suddenly Liquid, one big mistake near your base and you find yourself losing a lane of racks.
Now, in good news for OG, while they don't want to whiff Chronospheres, they have a little more wiggle room. It is now an Aghanim's online. So 1 minute cooldown. Not too much for Liquid to play around with, even if he does whiff one. They'll need to be very decisive in the punish.
There's still, like, to me, some slight concerns around their overall damage output. You look at the Void with Linken's plus Ags. He's not really doing much damage output himself. Needs to transition
that
into
illusion. It got a whiff of OG trying to steal the Roche right under Liquid's eyes. And the Wolves, the fresh pack comes in. This Roche is not dropping quickly enough. They are going to have to fight. Fada moves up to the north under cover of Shadowblade, trying to move his way in, finding that pick. It would be big. A fresh pack emerges. When do they go? OG.
They know Fly's up here. They could silence him.
Slowly working on it. Liquid want to go in at exactly the right moment. The egg gets dropped very preemptively. Then the Chrono as well. They finish off the road. No-tail trapping mind control in, and they manage to bring him down. And now the wall, the static storm, too late. OG have found the roads. They've gotten their ages. They massacre two. They're looking for Fada as well. The team fight execution virtually flawless. 3 down. Fada drops. Can they kill Crow 2? Make it 4 for 1, and almost a Lycan for dinner.
They use their ultis like before Liquid were even on them. The egg comes out as DK's trying to initiate in onto the Phoenix, and then you have a Chronosphere. He used Chrono before even the Slardar blinked in. It's almost as if he expected them to be coming. Mind Control kind of blinks into it, and great ultimate usage from OG. They were so cautionary with it, making sure that they don't lose that one decisive Roche fight.
Yeah, getting the Aegis here and starting the fight with no Slardar, absolutely massive. He is the source of your sustained lockdown to deal with the Juggernaut, to deal with the Void, continue to get bashes, crits as the fight moves along, and boy, they're just lucky they didn't lose Matumba Man too, but it's a pretty decisive win by OG Gods.
Sly did not mess around with his ulti uses there. That Phoenix Supernova, a lot of players would have tried to hold on, use a Sunray first perhaps, or use the fact that you're on that high ground to wait a bit longer before you throw out the Supernova, but he wanted to make sure that stun was popping around when Roche was dying. So OG pull further ahead off of that, almost a 10,000 gold lead now.
Well, it's easy to anticipate when you're a Time Lord, and that Faceless Void certainly is. So Liquid, 30 minutes in, almost nobody's been able to stop them when they get the Lycan. I mean, a Dragonite and Beastmaster on top of that. Normally towers just crumble even if you have a good start, but OG just haven't made a big mistake in any team fight. We haven't seen a whiffed Chrono, we haven't seen a whiffed Vacuum Wall. Occasionally a support will die, but it's been very mistake-free Dota, and 30 minutes in against Jerax's Disruptor, that is a tall order, but it's one OG have been up for the challenge.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, a lot of their kills came in that early game where they found like they either traded kills in some kind of small skirmishes. They haven't found the key mid-game pickoffs outside of the one on the Darkseid. They kill the Darkseid, they immediately take a tier 2 tower. They need more of that. Unfortunately, every time they've tried to smoke up, OG themselves have kind of been grouped as 5 ready to teamfight, and Liquid haven't exactly got the superior teamfight, assuming OG can get off their big ultis.
So what's next for OG? They have Aegis now. They are still out-farming Liquid as we see a jump top Aurora the Miracle as the Blade Fury TP. Is he going to be able to get it off here? He goes for it, just at the mana. It was close to Kuro, burning it all away. The Miracle able to make it out, and it does show you the power of Beastmaster. Even down that much net worth can almost solo kill him.
That's
gonna change though with this Eye of Scotty that's coming.
Yeah, risky place for Miracle to be. This is a nice item, gives him bigger mana pool to help deal with the Necrobooks, but more importantly, HP, armor, stats all across the board can be very useful for a Jug who likely wants to siege high ground. OG with like high ground sieges with Jugs have just been so good. They kind of go in, they time the Blade Fury so they can maximize their damage output, get back to safety. They use the healing ward really well.
And unlike most carries that don't have a BKB, he can just Blade Fury if they try to glimpse him in when he retreats.
I imagine they wanted the Aegis on Miracle. I think N0tail having it was purely a reaction to the chaotic fight happening as Roche died, so it was very much a call like, anyone who can pick up the Aegis, just make sure we grab it.
Well, he chronoed his teammate, so he's like, yeah, I'm going to have to take this. Sorry, buddy.
If he waits for the chrono to wear off, then if Mind Control somehow survives the chrono, maybe he gets it. You don't really have a guarantee Miracle's going to be able to pick it up. The base trade scenario, very good response by Liquid. They've got Necrobooks, they push very fast.
I'm not sure if OG can do this, but they did get there significantly ahead.
They're already reacting. The Void's actually up top. If Liquid don't realize he's not pushing bottom, they could get caught out here.
Yeah, there is that glimpse back. It's only a 1 minute chrono, though. The glimpse back comes a Miracle. He has to Blade Fury and then run. Not like they're going to be able to follow up, it appears, though. You can see Matumba Man already rotating.
It's a good call from N0tail to kind of rotate back, TP himself home, and look for that catch of it. Liquid seem to be wary of it with their positioning, and OG claim a tier 3 tower uncontested.
Yeah, Miracle not entirely respecting the Jerax Disruptor, but fortunately could still Blade Fury and just run. They didn't really have anyone to pursue him.
Even without a TP,
but both teams have the catch. Like, you have to be careful when you're going high ground.
Yeah. If Beastmaster TP's back, he's got a Blink Dagger. I think ideally Kuro needs to get Boots of Travel up as soon as possible. It's probably the kind of most impactful item that he can go following this Blink Necrobook, just because of what it offers in terms of being able to threaten to split push, as well as after OG come back to defend the split push, you try and TP back and catch heroes like Miracle in that position. If he has Boots of Travel there, Miracle may have actually been able to be caught out.
You can see the stark contrast between the two 4-position players this game. Kuro, he really took over last game on the Riki, but this game it has been the crit show, involved in well over half of their kills, and most of them coming in those crucial early moments. So, with the Aegis now gone, N0tail will use that inventory slot to buy a Blink Dagger. Does not opt to complete a Mjolnir or Salkuras. He wants the extra catch, and now he has it.
Yeah, if he has a Blink Dagger up top, that's the possible 2-3-man chrono.
Time walks in, blinks on forward. This time it's a connection. It's onto Matumba Man, but 4 heroes are coming in reserve. Bot a sweeper route from the side. He's got a DD route. This Dragon's gonna hurt unless they can focus on the Omni Sled. Very much unable to bring him down. A Miracle now getting stunned, turned on by Fada. He's still got the armlet active here, but he is fairly low. He's got to toggle this. N0tail jumping in. Miracle staying alive through it all. It's the Moon Wall! Now they bring down the Dragon, the Wolf too, and they chase on the Jerax. It's about to be 4. He tries for the TP. No escape from OG. Absolutely slaughtered.
So patient on Moon. He waited out both the Lycan BKB and the Dragon Knight BKB, finds the exact timing at the end of that team fight to hit the vacuum wall. Right as it looked like things were starting to not go too well for OG, suddenly Moon shows up. That Darkseer play catching Liquid completely by surprise. They just didn't get the kills during their BKB durations. Another very defensive Supernova from Fly, but once you have that Supernova by the tower, if Liquid commit for kills with BKBs, they're going to get stunned up, and OG's teamfight, again, just shining. It's not just a Chronosphere that matters, it's the Supernova, it's the Vacuum Wall, it's an Earth Spirit who can hit a multiple hero Boulder Smash. There's just too many teamfight spells coming out that Liquid just don't match up.
OG looking to take this game too, reset the series at 1-1, and guarantee us a 4th game. They've taken 1 lane of Rax. Can they get more? Liquid smoking, almost within their own fountain, really.
OG are already backed off with Chrono ready to go again. Wall up in 10 seconds, although they are a little bit short on mana for Moon.
They hold the line here bottom for now, but it's OG looking to come in, and there's the bubble. It's trouble for Matumba. No real help, no save just yet. The back comes through again. He has to BKB, and he runs. He's morphing into Big Bad Wolf, and he doesn't really want to be big or bad. He's just sitting back, unable to engage in this, fearing the follow-up damage. They focus Fly, though. He doesn't get off the egg. Maybe this is where Liquid make their stand. N0tail dropping pretty fast. He does time walk back, and OG starts to scramble the retreat. Liquid pursue. Miracle, though, has a Lincoln Sphere on top. He brings down the Necrobooks, and they roll back in. Crit looking to engage. N0tail out fairly far. Fada with the BKB, but he time walks it off. He continues to fight, and they bring down the Dragon. They turn back for Kuroki while Blade Fury Jerax. They might just kill them all here. Disruptor down. Grant surging in. He catches another. Continues to deliver. Silencing him. Controlling him. And killing off his mind. OG unchecked in the team fight. And the crowd is loving it. Second lane of Rax is theirs. The game within their grasp. A desperation buyback. but can they hold? They have no Dragon Knight. They just now get the Slaughter. There's no Wolf Ultimate. There's no ability to take the fight. And it's big. Daddy again with the wall on top. The kick on through from Crit. Mind control. It's about to be a dieback for him. Slaughter down. Death by the Miracle Sword. And on to the Range Rex. Perhaps on to more kills. Matumba Man running for dear life.
It's so nice to play a Void when you don't have to hit 5-man Chronos, because N0tail, we're seeing his initiation range. He initiates from like 1500 range away, uses a Time Walk into Blink Dagger just to catch 1 or 2 heroes. He catches a Lycan by itself, but he knows there's no pressure on him to hit more than one hero. If he just catches a Lycan, his job is to force a fight, force Liquid to engage on you, and then he knows he's got the backup of Supernova as well as Vacuum Wall to win the team fight, even without that big Chrono. And it means OG just have this kind of unstoppable initiating force in the Faceless Void, and suddenly they get a second lane of Rack, looking to take a third and take game number 2.
Miracle now imbued with the power of a butterfly as well. This is a gigantic juggernaut. He just solo killed a Dragon Knight essentially with the Omni Slash. Basically the only damage hitting him in that last fight, and that was before this fresh tier 4 item comes out. So now all that stands between him and this game win is that Rax, but again, they're going to start with the Chrono. The Static Storm comes out to the side of the bubble. It doesn't matter. Fada's deleted. Liquid just never gets to fight with the whole team while the Green Dream persists. And they tap out. They can take no more. Liquid are swept aside here in game number 2. We now have a real series on our hands.
And they even things up with a very
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you. You leave without saying where you're going or where to. Should I worry that you won't come back? Should I worry that you will forget? A sense is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you, and you leave me unaware if I might have been hurting you. Ooh, should I worry that you won't come back, or accept any time as a fact? My heart is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
I can never take away our story and I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now. It is too dark now, I lost the spark now. I've got a second way to home, but all my friends, how they turn my weak sides into a bit of a higher zone, Well, I'm not gonna run now, I've come too far to let it down. But even if I turn around, I've got the love on my side, now the chance will hide. I know they'll always be right next to me, right next to me, and I'll be next to you, right next to me, right next to me, and I'll be next to you, right next to me. My head is spinning, a new beginning. Yeah, this is almost asking
few players that still plays it. I don't think I've seen Crit play it that much.
It's been quite a while.
I don't think it's a very good Tusk game against Phoenix Void. They both have mobility skills. It could work against Liquid, I suppose, but
yeah, I mean, we're talking about it for Crit. It saves the hero through, you know, Slardar Crush or an Earth Spirit initiation.
I don't think they really need that.
Yeah, that's fair
it's not good with Chronosphere. I just don't see it being useful in that way. So IO banned out in the second phase. Alchemist out of the pool as well. So Invoker is... nope, Invoker's gone. And interestingly, they keep banning out Magnus in the second round. That one's a bit interesting.
Very worried about it, it would appear.
They're scared about the Empower combo on melees.
Yeah. That one time they picked it, it did enable both No-Tail and Moon to just accelerate their farm to insane rates.
Yeah, and since OG just, you know, they just used the Void short lane, they don't want to leave any options for those. Another massive teamfight ultimate as well with a physical carry, with a physical melee carry.
Well, they do pick up their line. Hopefully, they hope that Crit can channel his inner Chuan.
Yep, pretty standard, safe pick. Just helps a lot in the laning phase, and yeah, like we were saying, it's another form of initiation, which is winning a lot of these games. You know, the team that gets the initiate, gets the jump first, tends to win those matchups.
It's also not just the team that gets the jump first. It's also the team that can counter initiate.
Counter initiate as well.
We saw it in both series or both games so far. Is that when Liquid won the first series, they had a way to initiate, but OG had no way to counter-initiate or save anybody, and vice versa in the second series. It's just, you know, all-out aggression and no way to sort of stop the aggression or save key heroes.
So where does Fada go here? Because as was the case last game, a bunch of his top heroes kind of got moved out. He was forced onto the Dragon Knight role. They can still do a Darkseer like they did last game to make things a little hard for them.
So the Venge pick, not seeing it too much, but it's very specific. You know, versus the Void, Chronosphere, very good. Pull people out of, like, bail them out of terrible bad scenarios where they're in a disadvantageous position. Same thing, you can't really, like, if Lion's focusing on someone to burst them down, the Venge can also swap, save him. And it also, you know, works really well with Slardar, more amplified physical damage, while Earth Spirit applies to more of that AoE magical. Some blend in there, some diversity in their draft.
There's still a Batrider in the game as well.
Yeah, last game it was banned out. 5th pick.
Yeah, and now they got Avenge, so slightly unlikely they pick him.
Yeah, if OG took Batrider, then Venge would be good against 2 of your heroes.
Yeah, and I think Moon's actually been almost, I don't know if it's not exclusively playing the Void, but most of the time, and No-Tail played it, of course, the last game, but they do tend to favor it on him, like we were saying previously.
Does give them a slight advantage in the draft when they've got flexible players that can flick around and play different heroes in different ways.
Yeah, that's the one thing that Liquid does reveal a lot. They revealed a lot of things right here. They revealed that My Control has been playing the Slardar pretty much, I think, every single game, I want to say. Every single game. They have their 2 supports already, so now they already know, you know, Liquid is going to be picking up their short laner and Fata's hero.
So where do they go? Pick 4.
They don't know who the enemy mid is yet, so it's a little... And they can still solidify their other lanes as well if they change it up.
And they have last pick.
It's a nice advantage here.
Lots of different heroes still left. There's the Darkseer, which you saw previously. It gives them a lot more team fight, but maybe they're going to be a little bit too cooldown reliant if they do go that route. They don't have the Earth Spirit like we were talking about. They don't have that great setup for the early laning phase.
They might want to pick up something like... Okay, they go for the Juggernaut.
They go back for the Juggernaut as well, again. So, works really well against the Earth Spirit roam.
I like this because they still don't know what OG's lanes are.
Yeah, keeping it very open-ended. And Liquid does go for their safe Lycan. They waited a long time for it. I wasn't too sure if they would pick it, but now since they have so many different enablers for the physical damage, and now they have a little bit of stronger laning phase because of how much the Howl, of course, boosts everybody's damage.
Are you surprised that wasn't a second phase ban?
Maybe OG's has... Maybe this is what they were planning for it. That's why they picked like the Void Phoenix. Maybe they were just like, oh, I think we have the idea versus
Bait them into picking it.
Yeah. And I think both teams are afraid of the Enchantress right now. They didn't necessarily respect it a lot coming into the tournament, but in the last couple matches, Enchantress has been a deciding factor in a lot of laning stages. Like against Phoenix, for example, a hero that doesn't give that much lane domination the first level or two, Enchantress provides a ton of that and can just snowball your opponents.
And it also scales as well into the late game. It's another source of DPS.
So with Jug in the game, they can't even necessarily predict where he's going to go based on player taking him, since No-Tail and Miracle do swap. So similar problem as last time for Liquid here.
There's a lot of healing within their draft too, like the obvious healing ward and Sunray. Like if you're not in a position to stop those, it's like, oh my god, like we're doing a lot of damage, but it's just being completely counteracted. They do have the Wolves, which is quite good at killing the Jug healing ward as well.
Liquid's right click is a lot better this game though, with Venge, Wave of Terror, Slardar ulti, and Lycan. All of those auras are really going to stack up.
Yeah.
They're a little weak on burst, I guess, but...
They have objective takers though, you know, like you're saying, like the physical damage enhancements with the Lycan as well. They can bring down towers, they can bring down the Roshan if they do win a fight. But OG does have more heavily based teamfight heroes right now at this point.
Yeah.
More cooldown reliant even.
I think what OG really needs right now is to secure their laning phase. If they can replicate what they did in Game 2 and come out of laning stage ahead, then you can force Team Liquid to play at your own pace.
What do you think they like for that for OG? We were mentioning the Batrider, but it's not the most incredible versus the Vengeful Spirit.
Well, since OG does have last pick, I think they're gonna wait and see what Team Liquid picks for their mid, and then they'll decide: do we put the Juggernaut there, or do we pick something more traditional that matches up well against whatever Team Liquid picks?
Yeah, absolutely. They can definitely switch it up. They're leaving their draft quite open-ended. Juggernaut can go safe lane, he can go mid. The Void can go off lane or safe lane. Leaves it open. So
still an axe in here.
For Liquid?
No, there's no way.
No, I don't think so.
No way. Doesn't really fit their lineup very well.
They would have to send an axe mid, and that hero is so exploitable.
That's the most not Liquid thing I've ever heard. Axe mid.
So what do they do? They go for their safe. They go for the safe hero again.
I'm just trying to get this something exciting here,
Yeah,
boys. Try and keep up.
It's just this is a pretty straightforward Liquid draft. Not really anything out of the ordinary.
The significant point is that they have a support that can do something early game.
Yes.
If it's Beastmaster is very static in his lane. He says, I need to get 6 as fast as possible so I can help. Venge is ready to go right away, but the problem is that Venge cannot stop Jug from spinning and killing Dragonite once Phoenix hits 2 or Lion does the smoking. That's the scary part here.
Ooh.
So they are going to go Jug mid again, Sven in the safe lane.
Yeah, the Sven here is really good against the minus armor from Liquid, bolsters your entire team, and this is actually pretty greedy from OG. Tri-core lineup, very newbie-esque. It's really up to Liquid to punish here with that Earth Spirit Venge roam around the map.
Yep, I agree. OG is able to farm Ancients quite easily with Sven, and also, of course, like we were commenting, the BKB versus the Lycan, once he has that book, he's able to cleave down the book very easily.
Did we do predictions, or were you guys just
we're kind of wrapping up.
I'm not sure which one's better. I saw a lot of value in what they did last game, and both drafts are so similar.
Yep, I like Liquid's draft again. Honestly, I'll go with them right there.
All right, nothing crazy then in game number 3. We're still waiting for something a bit out there. Talking a clutch me instead of our Void. Liquid said, no, we'll ignore you. We're going to make sure we kill this Void. Then they approached the egg. They recognized that the one thing that was going to save that OG team fight was a Void Chronosphere. And boy, that was a great play on the silence.
Yeah, good chain stun as well. They get the follow-up crush, I believe a Dragon Tail there towards the end, and you can see the damage output from N0tail, but he's entirely alone. If they get a Chrono off, if Miracle's able to find a decent Omni Slash, the finger maybe comes a little bit sooner on a hero that's lower. It's a totally different fight. From that deficit, Liquid had to be perfect gods, and they were.
I love Kuro just 50 HP, pokes his nose out from the trees to get that last hit.
I'll take that, thank you very much.
That's the support tax, you know, it's like, I've been buying wards all game, guys. Like, this is going to a good cause. But OG will be set back by a huge teamfight victory for Liquid. That's just what they needed. And suddenly OG have to be careful about how they approach the next couple of fights. And the other big problem for OG there is they had this BKB armored on N0tail, but without like a Blink Dagger, he couldn't get that clean initiation at bottom.
Oh, N0tail been found out here. Can they control him? The Boulder Smash patiently sent out by JerAx, trying to force the BKB.
They don't even
Not
get
coming yet.
Force,
OG reinforcements streaming in. They are going to look to take this fight. The Wolves chase out N0tail. Liquid still having to deal with the tier 1 bottom, so knowing that OG can quickly reinforce the point of attack. But Liquid may just go for a slow siege.
And it's OG, I mean, you commit those 2 buybacks, and I think necessarily to defend your high ground and deter Liquid from pushing, but suddenly that's Miracle's item progression being slowed. Having a Manta style on Jug, very important against the Earth Spirit silence.
Even against the amp damage.
Yeah. Moon needs a Blink Dagger himself. He didn't buy back, it was just the Fly Phoenix who has his Midas slowed down. If he had a level 11 during that fight, it could have been a very different engagement as well.
And OG looking for a movement here. They do have eyes on Fodder. They're going to blink it. Hex just started from crit. Stun comes through to follow it up. The Omni Slash committed as well. The Wolves aren't taking it. They're still in biz. No vision, but Fodder gets out. The crush from Mind Control on the backside. Look for the Chrono. Moon can't find it. Still, Big Daddy, well, he does a bit of work there getting the Dragon Knight kill together with the team, but Miracle's going to get caught on the backside. Finally, the bubble comes in together with the Supernova. OG find their combo. The egg crashes down, and JerAx will fall. A 2 for 3. 2 supports and a core for 1 support and a core. Very close and hard-fought battle there.
Yeah, OG will take it, although it's not really the dream scenario when Miracle's Jug dies again. You can see he's fallen off very much from that kind of top of the end of the net worth chart. And suddenly he's sitting on just 6.8k net worth.
Yeah, that's just nothing to tank the Omni Slash. They're almost getting the kill. N0tail does have trouble finding a target in this fight. BKB's God Strength only really gets to hit creeps, and it feels like he does need that blink very badly.
Oh, he's got the money for it now. Picks up a Hyperstone, in fact. He's entirely relying on his team for the lockdown. And by team, I mean just crits Lion.
And Moon, I suppose, with the Chrono. But the positioning is tricky. It's really got to be right on the boundary for Sven to do work.
That's just so unreliable.
Here comes the smoke, though. They know the Chrono's on cooldown.
They're just going to run right at the rope.
Right in, indeed. And they get N0tail. BKB, is it ready? He's got it, but can he get it off? Liquid moving forward. He pops it. Gets to work. Sven is back, says N0tail, and they will kill the Dragon Knight.
Oh, blink in 3, 2, 1.
They've got a finger. Gets out. Oh, Miracle still chasing though. Moon doesn't have any Chrono. I mean, OG able to take the fight there, gods. Without the Chrono, without some of the big ultimates, the egg was also on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ideal target to have get initiated on is N0tail Sven. He's so tanky and hard to bring down. Once he gets the BKB off, he's got the Sunray healing him. He's got tons of armor and sustain from the armlet plus BKB, and for Liquid, they just didn't have the burst damage to bring him down at the start of that fight. But Liquid, the vision, you see these wolves constantly scouting out OG heroes, and I think Moon pigging himself, almost saying, like, I think he got body blocked by the wolf for a second, so he realizes what's going on.
They even commit a sentry here. Unfortunately, I think it's out of range of that lane ward.
And that's just one of those things which like kind of sets Matumbaman apart from other Lycan players, is we've seen game after game where his Lycan wolves are giving his team a huge vision advantage.
Still that delicate dance in the relative vicinity of the Roshan pit does continue. Neither team wanting to move too far away. For the Radiant, already those towers top gone, so no real trade for them. We'll have another look at this fight, where N0tail gets very low, but the Sunray keeps him alive. He pops the BKB, and At this stage, at least, Gods, it's basically fight's over, folks, at that point.
Yeah, and he gets the lifesteal from the Vlads as well. Void just blinking into the middle of that, using the time dilation, is pretty much just to cover the Sven, also give him the Vlad's aura, which is more sustain. It's lifesteal as well as the bonus armor, so by that point, Liquid, they're very reliant on physical damage. You look at how they're actually killing heroes. It's the Amp into Lycan attack. The DK has a tiny bit of magic damage from the Breathe Fire, but, I mean, outside of perhaps the Magnetize, it's almost all physical damage, and that's where all these armor items for OG are going to make their draft very strong. And N0tail perhaps rushing an Assault Crest here kind of recognizes how physical damage dependent Liquid are. The Sven pick is just incredibly powerful this game.
It's only Earth Spirit that can really dish out any appreciable amount of magic damage, and there's no Veil yet for JerAx. Not even sure if it's worth getting one if it's only him who benefits, but they may need that alternative source of damage. N0tail with the max war cry. He'll be giving his team 25 armor once the AC is up.
And you can't reliably initiate on N0tail and say, let's just kill him before he war cries, before he BKBs, because he has the Sun Racing behind him. He potentially has a healing ward as well. Something OG often have is just this sustain on their side. Very rarely do you see them draft with a draft from OG where they doesn't have at least one hero with some kind of heal. This one, it's the Sun Ray with the healing ward. And these aren't just like your, like, oh, here's a bit of HP to heal you back up. No, this is like a huge amount of sustain from these percent-based healing spells.
A lot of clumping up, a lot of grouping here for both teams. They are terrified of a hero getting caught out of position, because they know that instantly means a Roche. The AC nearly done for OG, as well as Miracle's Manta style has the ultimate orb. Yeah. I believe the recipe coming out on the courier. So 2 big items virtually done, Gods.
Yeah, and kind of a stage of the game where teams will just forego farming. You see all this farm up top. OG's like, we don't really want to go for this because of how important Roche is. You show one hero up top and you're just giving up map advantage to Liquid.
And there's no BOT hero, there's no Ember Spirit or Nature's Prophet, someone who can go push out a lane and come back, and here we go. Initiation coming through, the scan starts it off, Dragon Knight pops the DD road, they do back up, Crit's been caught out of it, he gets silenced here early, but Moon's there to back him up, looking for that first target. The Wolf charges in, the stun comes on the entire Necro army, they're going to stun that as well. N0tail committing his BKB and his God Strength to kill this off, he only gets a couple of Wolves, which can easily be resummoned. OG, looks like they may have to retreat. Are they going to re-engage?
Still a Chrono Egg, you have to be very careful about chasing, just because N0tail's used everything.
He actually still has God Strength. There was only the Armlet and the BKB. Yeah. So he'll have the God Strength for round 2, but no BKB. They've got a lot of stuns on Liquid.
Problem is, Miracle on the front lines has Blade Tree and Manta, 2 good defensive tools. He's going to try bait with a Manta illusion.
Kuro.
I like this play, but it's going to... Okay, now you know it's an illusion.
Come on, guys. You know you want this illusion.
That one Necro hit was like, wait a second, that just did 600 damage. What's going on here?
Liquid aren't going to fall for the trap.
Fighting around the Roche pit as Liquid is...
It's a Lycan ult for a Sven BKB, and now you have to walk into the pit against the Chrono Egg combo. So OG say, we don't need that Sven BKB.
Chrono Egg
just
at
take
the
Roche
pit
anyway.
is just beastly. They have the Sentry Ward to scatter the Lycan Wolves. They even double up on the Sentry Wards.
Are they going to come? Liquid are thinking about it, streaming towards the pit. Wolves will guide the way. One out in front, they quickly deal with that. Kuro.
I mean, this is the exact same team fight as the previous game, with the Egg and the Chrono at the Roche pit. This time around, Moon on the outside of the pit.
And there's so few ranged heroes to kill the Egg Gods. If it's up on the high ground, who's going to really be able to deal with it?
They can't get to Fly's Phoenix.
He's in such good position. Caw, he shouts. Caw, and they're going to try to come in, but it's too late. Aegis grabbed again. BKB from Sven. This time it is with the God Strength. Just chews Miracle to bits, and instantly Liquid, who didn't want to give away a free Roche, give up an additional kill and still have to back.
Kind of the idea from Liquid is to initiate with the silence on Phoenix as your Slider blinks into the pit with the Crush, but they were there about 5 seconds too late, and the follow-up for the Slider just takes too long to get it into that Roche pit.
It's like, in a way, it's like 4 melee heroes for Liquid, with the Dragon Knight not always up the bench, having relatively low rage. The Phoenix pick, it's not like it's a surprise that OG went for it, but it is a big problem at this stage.
And there's really no ranged DPS of any sort, nothing to actually... You can't hit the eggs reliably with Avenge, so... The BKB Dragon Knight, perhaps all you can rely on, and we're talking about a BKB that hasn't even been completed for Fata, so they desperately need to finish his BKB before they can fight into OG. And OG's high ground siege with Sven, BKB, and Jug is
way better
scary.
than last game.
Yeah.
Way easier with the Sven in front than it is with the likes of a Void or a Jug. So durable, as the Phoenix Sunray really benefits from the heal as a strength hero. So Liquid will give up the tier 2. And OG find themselves in the lead. But Liquid is still held on to Rax for now. The farm will continue. Is there anything that Liquid is lacking that you feel would really change this game? You mentioned they're very reliant on physical damage. It seems like OG have the answers for that. They have trouble bursting a tanky core like the Sven. What are they lacking?
They need a way to be able to get off their physical damage, which I think comes largely from Fata having BKB. They look for a pick at top, but the TP out, Miracle escapes, but there's no one major item that's going to change the state of this game. Even the BKB on Dragonite at best gives him a tool that he can pop to take out the Supernova, but even then you're relying on not getting caught by a Moon Chronosphere.
Jarex does get a good ward down here. But Fly knows they're in the neighborhood. He blinks, blinky back, but he gets swapped forward. He manages to force them away. Then the bubble! Liquid completely caught out. Mind control down. Kuro decapitated. Crit is showing up. It's not the first time here in Manila. It might not be the last. Fata on the run. This little lion has some legs. He's looking for the jump. Does he find anyone? Moon even pursuing into the south. Miracle will give up the chase. My God.
If you were told
everyone talks about Miracle, yeah. We should be talking even more about Crit.
And you were told there was a 9K MMR player in this team and you didn't know who anything about Dota, you'd probably be saying it's this Lion. This Lion has been the big playmaker. And we're not just talking about that play there. Throughout this tournament, Crit has made the big plays. His Earth Spirit has been absolutely incredible against Newbie. Here in this best of 5 so far, he's been the big playmaker for this team. And we saw it last game on his Earth Spirit. We've seen Crit really step up when OG have needed it, and they're suddenly finding themselves poised to strike.
Looks like OG might get contested here. They want to engage. Mind control, getting the 2-hero crush, but can actually focus Crit down. Matumba Man's in deep. Matumba Man is back home in the well, and Crit still lives. They're committing so much, and they get nothing.
No
2 cores down. A finger from right into the rear of Fata, and he tries to turn tail. He has the armlet. Can he toggle it? No, the Phoenix damage over time affecting him. He gets the armlet back on, but still sliced up and spit out. And can they even get the crit kill? They swap him back in. They hate the little bugger, but OG are happy to accept the sacrifice. A 4-for-1. Not worth it at all.
I mean, it feels good to kill Crit after he's been styling on you all game, but for OG, that's the least important hero as far as their high ground push goes. They've got the heal and sustain from the Phoenix. They've got the DPS coming out from the 3 cores with the Vlad, and this is looking like a melee rack soon to fall.
With a win here, OG would have Liquid on match point the rest of the series. The Green Dream within their grasp. Never has a team before won 2 Valve events. They could be the first.
For OG, they've got all the tools to kind of scale into the late game now as well. They're in no rush to end things, even with an Aegis on their side. It's expiring in 30 seconds time, and I imagine they'll have flashbacks to last game where Miracle's Aegis expired right before he went down, and trying to avoid a similar scenario. So they'll fall back, probably pick up the next item or 2. Wait out for some of these ultimates. N0tail himself not in fighting shape right now.
Yeah, they do have a big pickup here. Moon grabbing the Aghanim Scepter. You may have the swap, and in theory it's an answer to the Chrono, but so often we've just seen OG, they don't really need the Chrono to take a pick off. They just use it for follow-up kills. Oh, Miracle. The assassin, but he's locked into a sentry. Can they focus him down? Miracle manages to get up the mantle. He pops the Omni Slash. He may still die here as he mostly bounces the creeps, and Liquid send 5 just to be safe.
Mind control is just like, if I die here, I'm uninstalling Dota. Like, that's that.
Delete that Dota.
Like, there's no way that Omni Slash should have been able to follow him, but...
I mean, worth going for it anyway. By the time you respawn, you'll pretty much have it back up.
Not a bad use of the Omni Slash, but...
It just shows you how badly OG have to screw up to give away kills, though. Liquid needing those mistakes.
It wasn't even the biggest bounty for Liquid to pick up. They're behind 20k gold, but they still only got 460 for the actual bounty itself onto Matumba Man's Lycan. Does have a completed AC off of that kill though, so that makes a decent difference for him.
OG holding the high ground here with a ward down in the lane, just praying for Liquid to come in. They throw out the Wave of Terror up high. They are suspicious that OG lurks, and they were right. Oh boy. Alright, I think he's living up to Big Daddy as a name right now. Daedalus complete. N0tail is definitely packing some heat.
I don't think you want to go near this Sven.
The problem is, they might force you to.
Yes.
They have the 1 minute cooldown chrono. They can blow it for solo kills, no problem.
Swap to save someone from a Sven, then that's when the Void Chrono comes online.
And Sven will take his revenge kill. Like, that is a guaranteed kill at that point.
I mean, you lose such a minor amount of damage from the Vengeance Aura. You're just like, okay, I've got Vengeance Aura on me. It doesn't matter. I still hit like a truck.
Going for the deep jungle invasion here. Getting positioning and finding Jerax, farming that top lane.
It's a freebie.
Wrapping around from the south. Crit says, I'm the real Earth Spirit, Bubba. You ain't got nothing on me. And he'll get the kill as well. Buys the gem afterwards. Fortunately, you don't drop that.
Liquid in a good position to force OG back, so it's a pretty inconsequential loss for Liquid, assuming they get out of this.
Do they though? Fly. Oh, dead off the start, but the bubble comes in. Where's the backup for Moon? It's rather far away. Crit's there. Lays in the stun to follow this up. They still don't have the full complement of heroes engaging. N0tail now arrives. Oh my goodness! Almost instantly. Gibbs 2 more. OG, they don't need the Phoenix. They don't need the big wombo combo. Just throw a spell down whenever you have it. Collect your bounties anyway.
I mean, they were in the position to force OG back to defend, and OG says, sure, we'll oblige. We'll come defend. We'll take the fight against you.
They're feeling like they're just way too far behind, gods.
This is what Sven's meant to do. We saw this hero kind of played a decent amount at the Shanghai Major here in Manila. It hasn't had the best success, but N0tail is reminding people how Sven can fit perfectly into a draft and has played it out of his mind here.
Yeah, something that has really made the difference for OG. N0tail has had a bit of a shaky showing, particularly like you look a month or two back at the Shanghai Major, but he is stepping up here on the big stage in Manila.
Yeah, if anything, there's been a few games where it's like Miracle hasn't looked like that 9K MMR prodigy that everyone talks about him being, but N0tail, like, no real poor games come to mind. This guy has been rock solid and just put his team on his back when he's needed to. The Naga Siren game comes to mind here on the Sven. He's delivered as well, but really with OG, I mean, it's been a true team performance here. They've such strong coordination around the Chronosphere, the Sunray, and Liquid really on the back foot now. Down the lane of Rax, potentially going to be having to defend high ground against another Aegis push coming out from OG if they don't contest this next Roshan.
OG starting to assemble in the mid lane, in the trees. Liquid hanging back near their Ancients. There's a Solar Crest complete, a little bit of evasion. Could make a slight difference against the Sven, but at the rate he's farming.
It just helps if you're
might even have money for an MKB soon.
Yeah, if you're Lycan or DK gets jumped on by that Sven initiation, these heroes who normally tanky and do have a lot of armor, they get a bit more armor as well as the evasion. So I like the pickup from Kuro, but whether or not it's going to change an outcome of the fight remains to be seen.
Well, it's a ray of light and a sea of darkness for Liquid, really, but they'll take that ray of light. They find a new home here. It's up in the Dire Woods, just occupying the jungle for now. A minute to go until the Roche respawn. Again, the careful scouting with Manta Illusions and Wolves, trading sides, gaining vision. It's Liquid who scramble away first. They're driven out of the woods, sent home a bit. Miracle confidently way out there.
And this
he does blend up blinking back though.
And for OG, you must be wary of this. You see no one defending bottom just yet. Now the TPs come out and you'll realize Liquid have retreated out of your jungle. And that's kind of signal for OG to perhaps go aggressive, start pushing out some of these lanes.
It's almost a max respawn Roche though, gods. So they know it's coming soon and they are hanging around near the pit.
Yeah, and that's why they're not even trying to push out this top lane right now, because they are very wary that Roche should be coming up any second now, but they still got this tier 1 bottom tower, so if there's a fight around the Roche, even if Liquid get off an amazing initiation, the buyback TP potential is there.
Do you fight Roche if you're Liquid? Like, do you try to fight into the pit with the egg on the high ground? Now a Shiva's guard up as well?
I think the answer is just absolutely not. It's, to me, maybe it's a last-ditch effort play just because you feel you're too far behind, but I don't see a scenario where Liquid can get a good fight around this Roche pit against the Chrono Supernova and the items you just mentioned, the Shiva's guard, among other things.
No, they have to make their decision in about 5 seconds, and it's already too late. Yeah. OG will take the Roche. With that comes an Aegis as well as a Cheese. and likely round 2 of the siege.
And they're smoking up around that max Roche respawn timer, so Liquid must be wary that there's a good chance Roche is going on, but this smoke perhaps sets up for a pick-off on top lane. Since OG, often after taking a Roche, you make a beeline for bottom. Your tier 3 tower at bottom isn't being defended. This is a big telltale sign that Liquid's up to something.
Smoked up. Here comes the jump from behind. They cave. It's Liquid. First man in, but N0tail alive. He's in the chrono, but he's healthy for now. Kuro on his own, trying to bring him down. He pops the BKB. He does die rather quickly. The Sven hits the deck. He's got to bite back. They don't have their biggest damage dealer. It's about as good as it's going to get with 2 falling. It's still in round 2. N0tail able to chop some wood here. Makes it 2 for 3. Just slot limited, Gods. Didn't have room for the Aegis or the cheese, and just barely walked into the chrono, it looked like there.
Yeah. Importantly, Fly kind of got his Sunray taken out of the equation as well. Amazing Chronosphere by Moon. Yeah, you catch the Sven, but you've got to do anything to try save him there and set Fly up to get the Sunray off, but it was cancelled. And
but now there's no Dragon form, there's no Wolf form for 25. Your chrono will be back up because there's an Aghanim in 10 seconds. So they say, screw it, let's buy back, let's go high ground anyway.
And you're not too scared about pushing, even with Sven having no buyback. He's got to beat KB in 5. He is not going to be on the front lines next to Miracle, very likely, if the Lycan and DK are back alive. But right now it's a 5v4 scenario, and OG ready to take their second lane of Rax, doing it very cautiously, just with Miracle alone on the high ground. They back off after the range Rex here, respecting the respawn of the Dragon Knight as well as the shapeshift coming back online.
Are we going to see another smoke back from OG?
They definitely can. They've got Chrono now on Moon.
Crit moving towards the team to rejoin them. The smoke does get purchased.
Crit's coming back with the cheese. I wonder if he passes this along to someone like N0tail. You mentioned slot limited, perhaps considers replacing a Blink Dagger, but the Blink is just so good to follow up like a Lion initiation.
Either that or just baits his team really hard, which is definitely an option if you're N0tail. They have Aegis and cheese on other heroes right now, so we'll see what the choice is. Miracle. The man out in front.
He can just siege this melee Rax using his Manta style and the Blade Fury Blink Dagger.
He might look for a Blink Omni Slash here to kick it off. Let's see. Just the Blade Fury on the creeps. Okay. And the Wolves. Slow and steady. No overcommitment from OG. They don't want to risk too much. They're just waiting for that top lane to shove in. Someone's going to have to go defend it soon.
Yeah, the patience from Miracle, just as he slowly pushes and sieges this high ground. Hasn't actually done any damage to this melee Rax yet, but with 2 minutes on this Aegis, I imagine they will commit soon.
They're waiting on top, it looks like. Now that the lane has arrived, someone has to deal with it. That's the Dragon Knight. And, okay, they just say, you know what, let's just wait entirely. New item will be purchased, so Juggernaut spending purchase. That was gold. Miracle going to buy an Ice Scotty. Makes him even a safer siege engine. Yeah. No rush for OG. I mean, they don't really need to, do they?
They've got a minute and a half on Aegis, and the Skadi gives them a ton of extra sustain for this high ground push. So I think the Skadi was actually what they were waiting for before committing to the high ground push. And
along with 2 lives here and a lot of sustain.
Yeah.
Liquid, the fight of their lives in game number 3. A loss here. And they'll be 1 game away from losing the series the rest of the way. And here comes that long-awaited smoke. N0tail creeping in. Miracle on front. Just they need that 1 second of jump. And he blinks. He gets the stun off. It's on Kuro, who doesn't have buyback, could kill that Venge off rather quickly. He does. Now Matumba Man trapped in the chrono along with Vada. 2 huge cores. Quick dropping the stun maybe a little bit early, but it's enough damage with the yank to force Matumba back to drive Vada away. They can focus on Rax. They say screw it. Let's kill heroes instead. The egg pops out and round 2 of the fight continues with the healing ward along with the Sunray, bringing Miracle back to full HP. They can continue to sustain this push here. OG just unchecked and unrivaled in this siege. Still have an Aegis on Miracle.
Liquid have fought back with 2 transformation heroes. They have no Dragonfall, no Shapeshift, and here goes N0tail!
On the Matumba Man, looking for more. Can they bring him down? Locked in and controlled, and Dish back to the well. Liquid have nothing left. They tap out. Again, getting all of their signature heroes, and again, OG with the
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you. You leave without saying where you're going or where to. Should I worry that you won't come back? Should I worry that you will forget? My senses telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
You promised me to tell if there's anything haunting you, and you leave me unaware if I might have been hurting you. Ooh, should I worry that you won't come back, or accept me time as a fact? My heart is telling me I shouldn't worry, you know the truth. Ooh, yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now.
Let's go.
I can never take away our story. And I know you feel it too, our story, it's too precious now. Yeah. I can never take away our story now. We've come too far to waste our story, it's our story now. It is too dark now, I lost the spark now. I've got a second way to home, but all my friends, how they turn my weak sides into a bit of a high zone, Well, I'm not gonna run now. I've come too far to let it down. But even if I turn around, I've got the love by my side. Now that you see what I hide, I know they'll always be right next to me. Right next to me, and I'll be next to you, right next to me, and I'll be next to you.